Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the MODUS Live Lounge. I hope you're looking forward to a really good evening this evening. We've got 6 fantastic players on show. Just very quickly before we get underway, just 1 or 2 little bits. We're going to be live on the telly. We want loud participation. We want you to be a part of the show. But just a couple of things before we get underway. When play is on, the bar won't be open for service, so the service for drinks will be between matches. And if I could ask everyone to have their phones on silent, that would be much, much appreciated. We want you to be a part of the show tonight. We want lots of energy from you in the crowd. We want the 180 signs going up in the air when the maximums are hit. We want a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm for the players here this evening. I know there's plenty from Essex. Who's in from Essex this evening? There's not many, is there? Well, I hope you all have a fantastic evening this evening. Enjoy the show, enjoy the darts, have a really, really good night.
Hello there, good evening. Your Saturday serving of sport is not quite finished yet as you join us for our weekly finals night live here at the MODUS Super Series. 6 decent darts players are about to battle it out for the £5,000 first prize. 5 of them senior slingers over the age of 50 thanks to an affiliated week with the World Seniors Darts Tour, and 1 amateur qualifier breaking the mould tonight. Alongside me to guide you through this evening's action is Matthew Edgar. Evening. I'm going to start with that point because what's kind of happened at the Super Series over time is that it's become available to everyone, as we can see through those feeder tours I've just mentioned.
Literally everybody. If you're sat at home right now and you think, I can do this, you can. Get yourself over to one of the ADC tournaments. There's a qualifying and ranking system there. They've now got the Vault. Go check out the ADC social media on Twitter and they'll let you know all about that. But also for the seniors now, over 50s have got the opportunity to come here, qualify for this, but also those big major events as well, where we're going to see people like Richie Howson, who came through those last year and played in the Seniors World Championship and in the Seniors Masters. David Cameron went through one of those qualifiers and went on to win one of those titles, beating Phil Taylor in the final. That literally could be any of you sat at home.
Absolutely. You heard the man. Get logged on, get signed up, and you never know, you might get yourself here. Just like Adam Warner did before Christmas. The ADC qualifier played university darts before, ended up winning that £5,000 first prize and got a place at Champions Week. And that's what the 6 players here are fighting it out for tonight. Here's Henry with who's here and how they got here.
It was debut delight for Ian Moss, making it through to finals night at his first go here at the MODUS Super Series. He qualified 3rd in Group B. Michael Huntley pipped Andy Jenkins to the post to qualify through Group C. He didn't win this game against Rocky, but he pinned this magnificent 164. Adam Mould, the ADC qualifier, has been the breakout star this week, thanks courtesy to moments like this 148. He also made his way through Group B. Darren Johnson was the man to beat in Group C, and he also provided us with a 164 finish. This was in Group A against Adam Mould. Robert Thornton was the man to beat in Group B, amassing 12 points to his name. He is going to be a preeminent danger tonight. But the player of the week has no doubt been Richie Howson. He topped Group A with some magnificent finishing, the ton toppers being his speciality this week. Everybody had to watch, including Andy Jenkins.
Yeah, that was Henry Deacon there going through the runners and riders for this finals night. You'll hear more from him throughout the night. He'll be commentating with the man alongside me. But Matt, it falls to you to give us a few tips and predictions for the evening. Now, things are a bit different tonight. We have a crowd, which we don't have during the week, and it's a sizable one as well tonight. And also, it is different in terms of the group. So let's take a look at which players are in which groups, and you try and dissect that. Tell us, 2 go through from each group. Tell us, first of all, who you think might not make it to the semi-finals.
Who might not? I mean, Ian Moss was someone I said that the bookies got criminally wrong in Group B, and it actually worked out. He got through that group, so fair play to Ian Moss and well done. But I do think with Ian Moss in that group, I think he's shown signs of nerves yesterday, and he was also saying this himself. It's going to be a different thing here. He's not played in front of a crowd, notably since 2014 when he played in the PDC World Championships. I think he could be a little bit vulnerable in that one. In Group 1, do I have to? Are you going to make me make a prediction
yes,
in that
I
one?
am, yes.
Oh, I'd have to say Michael Huntley, just on the fact that Adam Mould and Richie Howson was the 2 players I said I think could be battling this out at the end.
OK, and Robert Thornton is the star name like in the field, but Richie Howson's been the best player this week. Is that the final for you?
It possibly is. I mean, the concern for me, though, for Robert Thornton is the decline throughout the night, and he's got a big sizable gap between Game 1 and Game 2. I think Game 1's vital for Robert Thornton. I think he needs a big win in that, because we've seen him dip as the night goes on. He gets tired, he gets fatigued, and he could be a little bit vulnerable in that second game. If he gets a close result in this first one, he might not get through that group.
Right, but before we see Robert Thornton this evening, the World Seniors champion, we're going to see 2 players from the World Seniors Darts Tour in Richie Howson and Michael Huntley. Let's hear from them both.
Richie, finals night. Couple of days off for yourself after winning Group A. First of all, how have you spent them?
In bed, to be honest with you. No, I have had a rest the last couple of days, a little bit of practice. I went home, come back all refreshed. Hopefully be okay tonight.
Because Monday to Wednesday, you played some absolutely scintillating stuff and a really, really big points tally as well. You must have been pleased with the way you played.
Yeah, I'm extremely happy, to be honest with you. A bit of a surprise because it was such a tough group. Some of the players didn't play like I know they can, so I probably got away with a little bit there, dodged the bullet. But tonight's going to be very tough.
Last time you're here on a Saturday night, we had a big crowd, big atmosphere. Looking forward to more of that tonight, maybe minus a 9-dart shootout.
Yeah, without the 9-dart shootout, it'd be great, yeah. No, it's good. It's a completely different atmosphere than the week. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
We wish you well. Richie, good luck.
Thanks, Henry.
Mike, finals night for yourself here at the Super Series. How have you found the week so far?
Yeah, didn't get off to the best of starts on the first day there, losing to Peter. But, yeah, just started playing a bit more like I can then. Won a few games. And then the second day was a bit... got a bit lucky with Alan, done me a favour there, beating Andy. But, yeah, really happy to get through.
And of course, now into Saturday night, it's a bit more of a knockout format for yourself. You've played a lot of stuff on the World Senior Circuit, had success in that sort of format. So does that play to your strengths a little bit?
Well, I can't really say that. Look, at the end of the day, it's another darts game. You're trying to win every game you play in, whether it's round robin or knockout. So, yeah, just be going up there and trying my best. Looking forward to the experience again, new experience with the crowd yet tonight, and hopefully play some of the good stuff I did play on the first day.
I was going to say, in front of the crowd here this evening, there is a sizable crowd in as well, even at this early point when we're doing the interview. You're looking forward to that little bit of a buzz that's going to bring? Yeah,
I think they'll get the adrenaline flowing a bit more tonight, so got to keep that under control and enjoy it. So, yeah, it'll be a new experience, like I say again, for myself. So, really looking forward to it.
We look forward to watching you play. Michael, good luck.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Top man.
Well, you might be up against it, Michael Huntley, because you're about to hear that a lot of that crowd is here supporting Richie Howson, the Owl. I'm sure you can hear that behind me now. So without further ado, let's get finals night started. I'll hand you over to our referee and MC, Mr. Paul Hinks.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MODUS Super Series, live on Sporty Stuff TV. Please welcome our first two players of the evening to the hockey. Please put your hands together for Richie Howson and Michael Huntley.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. It is week 9, and it is a wash with some quality arrows and a big, big crowd in attendance, mainly to see the man throwing the darts on your screen now, Richie Howson, the man who won Group A. Essex are playing Hampshire in a county championship match this weekend, and they've decided to spend their evening to support one of their county teammates. He's going to be playing tomorrow for the Essex County, but tonight he'll be hoping to be £5,000 better off and into Champions Week for Series 2. The last time he was here at a finals night, it was a packed-out crowd. It was those week of legends, wasn't it? But he missed out in a 9-dart shootout. Extra time in a 9-dart shootout. He takes on Michael Huntley, the 51-year-old from Wales. And we'll just have a little look. Matthew Edgar alongside myself, Henry Deacon here in the commentary box throughout the course of the evening. We're having a look at Michael Huntley's form guide and his stats and things like that. And we've had a delve through, and we can't see a stage game on TV 22. With a crowd in or something similar to this in the past.
Yeah, and that makes a sizable and a big difference to everything he's done so far this week. That instant feedback, because
100
off with a 140 or 180, he's going to have a reaction. The signs are going to go up. The round of applause, the vibe that this gives off. You mentioned this is a sizable crowd that Richie Howson has brought down with him here. And
81.
He's going to know what the crowd are wanting in this result. He's going to feel it's all against him here in this one. But he is the man up there trying to spoil the Howson party.
55.
It's Howson's party. Will he dart? I know he's going to want to.
And when you look at the week as a whole, we've seen
81.
all the 12 players split into 6 now. And out of the 12, he's been head and shoulders above the rest. I think that's quite fair to say.
Oh, absolutely. I did my
55.
stint this afternoon, or this evening, should I say, around 8:30 on the Greyhound show, giving out my tips and predictions for the evening. And Richie Howson to win the group was my go-to because everyone's shown flashes of brilliant, but that's what it's been. It's been flashes of brilliance.
45.
Where Richie Howson has had a more sustained level when we talk about that higher level of performance. And it is going to be a little bit different for him, though, today. He's
97.
having those people in there and that support. He's going to want to put on a show for them. He's not going to want them to come down and see him go out at this phase. He wants to do what happened with Adam Warner just before Christmas when a
45.
sizable crowd came down from Sheffield to support him, and he rewarded them by taking the weekly title, and then instead of him hoisting it in the air, they jumped on the stage and hoisted him in the air.
100.
I've actually been told they've only just left the outside of the building celebrating. But it's Howson who has effectively made this a home fixture for him, but it is Huntley who is first to a finish
140.
against the
Final count
darts, leaving
94.
94 in the opener. Tops.
$54.
And so
Richie
Howson
O'Barr,
returns,
87.
ward on by a vociferous crowd here.
This has been a feature for Richie Howson so far, these finishes.
69. Michael Carl,
They clawed
40.
that one out after a bad first start. Huntley, an opportunity to disappoint this audience that have come down to see Richie Howson, because they might be seeing him lose the opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg. Mike Huntley.
Gives it a go on. A gentle ripple of applause from the crowd, but you sort of feel that was just the respect rather than what they actually wanted to see there. And actually, respect's a really
Second leg,
good
Mike to throw first.
word to chuck
Game
out
on.
here, because quite often I get asked by people, how good do I need to be? How good do I need to go play my local darts? How good do I need to play Super League, to play county? What you are seeing here
41.
is the respect of what you can call the darting community. Because actually what we've got out there is people that Richie Howson plays alongside or plays against in his local area, that when he's got to this
100.
stage are coming down here to give him that support. And you get this all the way through darts, and that's one of the things that's really special about darts, all the way through, even through to sort of the professional ranks. You really do get that
100.
camaraderie and support all the way through. I mean, even if we look into the crowd today, we've got last year a Challenge Tour winner in Steve Haggerty sat out there. We've also got someone who won a Pro Tour
57.
title last year, Keegan Brown, coming down to support Richie Howson. So all the way through the system, people, great community feel.
100.
We've had the pleasure of spending this week in the company of both of these gentlemen. And the vibe around the practice room has been really good this week.
60.
Been very lucky with the players and showing the camaraderie. And we mention it, don't we, so many times. When you're in something like this, you kind of need that. And sometimes it helps you actually produce your best
100.
darts.
Bit different tonight, though, isn't it? It's quiet in there. Partly because Andy Jenkins is no longer in the tournament. It's quiet in there, isn't it?
100. Michael Carl, 160.
There wasn't as much banter. There wasn't as much talking to each other. There's a more serious, a more game face approach in that practice room.
It's amazing what
100.
happens when £5,000 is on the line. And Huntley here has got at the traps much quicker than Howson. Leaving himself on 60 after 15. He's
100.
leaving himself
Michael
on
Carl,
approaches
60.
after 5 visits to the board. Tops.
Game shot on the
And
second
it's
leg.
been a
Mike
case of
Huntley.
just doing enough at the minute for Michael Huntley. Leading 2-0 against Richie Howson, who maybe because of how he played on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, we
Richie to
expected
throw
him to
first. Game on.
come out of the tracks quickly. Hasn't quite materialised on this particular occasion. Among those in the crowd this evening, his wife Lynn is here.
60.
It's a good positive start to Michael Huntley. We did say, obviously, he's not played in front
60.
of many crowds before. He'll be playing in front of a crowd soon, won't he? Because he actually won one of the qualifiers to get through to the Seniors World Darts Championship that's coming up in around about a month's time now, and there are still
41.
events still to go for that. We've got 2 series events and 2 more qualifiers, qualifying number 3 and 4, taking place in Reading over the weekend of the 27th to the 29th of January. You can head over
140.
to worldseniors.darts.com if you are over 50 years old and you fancy having a crack at rubbing shoulders with Phil the Power Taylor, Martin Adams,
180.
Richie Howson, maybe. 180 kickstarts his campaign, and he's starting to just find a little bit of that form we saw
121.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday when he won Group A and booked himself a couple of days fishing.
He's fishing for trebles here. And suddenly,
140.
something has awoken in the owl. Leaving 80 after 12. This is a much improved leg from Howson.
42. Richie require 80.
To pull a leg back. Single for tops. Can he work his way up the ladder?
Game shot on the
Yes,
third
he
leg.
can.
Richie Howson.
And when he's had opportunities this week, he has taken them. And this crowd, a lot of them wanting to see Richie Howson win. Well, they've seen their man win his first leg of the night.
Fourth leg, Mike to throw
2-1
first.
to Howson.
Game
Huntley
on.
with the darts in the 4th. And I just wonder with Richie Howson, whether he's the torch bearer in the World Seniors for the fact that he had a
45.
good professional career, but even at this age of 50, even if you haven't achieved everything you would have wanted to achieve in your year, if you've still got the passion, you've still got the appetite, and you can still throw well, you can still harbour opportunities because of the senior circuit. People like Michael Huntley can take inspiration from him.
140.
Oh, absolutely. And that's one of the good things about the Seniors Tour. It's only a year old as well. It's going from strength to strength. Now moving up to 4 TV tournaments. There's
45.
plenty of opportunities throughout the year, and obviously the opportunity to play on those open events along the way as well. A really good ranking system developing that, again, can qualify you for these 4 tournaments. Richie Howson played in 2 of them last year. There was only 3.
100.
Played in the Masters, got to the semi-final, lost to the eventual champion David Cameron. Also played in the Worlds, where he played Martin Adams, where Martin Adams just kept taking out those
135.
huge finishes. He wasn't too far away from the match play and making a full hat-trick of appearances, but he certainly put himself on the darting map, even at his later years.
38.
It's nice to see him deciding to go again with his beloved Aston Villa colours. He'll be playing tomorrow against Stevenage in the FA
58.
Cup.
Can we please not mention the FA Cup tonight?
Surprised Chris Murphy hasn't mentioned it over and over again.
Please don't give him the satisfaction he wants. Richie Howson will be satisfied with that
140.
visit. Leads on at 83 after 12. He's going to get a crack at it to level this game back up at 2-2 from 2-0 down.
$98. Richie
2 things that
require
are very apparent
83.
if you're watching this game. One is that Michael Huntley is playing to a consistent level, but Richie Howson is playing to an inclining level.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Richie
He has
Howson.
got his throw back. He has wrestled this game back from 2-0 down. He has levelled it back up. And Richie Howson, can he continue that incline? Because all the stats suggest he's going the
Looks
right
like
way. That was
Richie
a
to throw first.
14
Game
dart
on.
leg to break the throw. He needed something like that. He found something like that. He puts himself back to being favourite to win this match.
It's the same venue, it's the same stage, it's the
85.
same dartboard, same hockey, same competition. But when you add the crowd into the mix, can it, for example, like we've seen from Richie Howson, take a couple of legs just to
81.
readjust to this brand new element that's been added, that added pressure which comes with finals night?
Well, one of the things it does do is it makes the room feel smaller. When you come in here, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
91.
that room is yours. The whole space belongs to you guys. Where now, the only space you've got is from the dartboard to that yellow line you'll see at the back of your stage there.
100.
And That's the size of your room. That's the size of the space. Yes, the players don't go for a wander around the room, but it just feels more open. Right now, it feels like this room has been cut into about 25% the size.
100.
Well, if Peter Manley played tonight, he probably would have had a wander around the room. Bit of mind games on one dart, maybe.
Oh, well, the first thing we could have guaranteed
58.
was when they had the little walk-on at the start there, and Peter Manley probably wouldn't have been there. He'd have probably come down for his own individual one about 10 minutes later. Something we learned about him earlier in the week. It's been a good week, hasn't it? It's been a week of stories.
105.
Indeed, and there will be more stories next week. We're going to reveal the lineup for next week's competition a bit later on this evening. Going to tease you, there's a couple of legends in there.
60.
That's all I'm going to say.
120.
Well, Richie Howson really has turned the screw in this game. Michael Huntley really isn't deviated from that 79 average, but Howson's upped it and then some, averaging a shade under 89, looking for yet
80.
another ton-plus finish on tops. He wasn't far away. And suddenly now, Huntley has it all to do.
We said we've learnt from Richie Howson that doesn't matter what age you are
60.
now, there's always opportunities.
Richie
Another thing we're learning
40.
from Richie Howson here is it is never over, and always just worry about that next throw. Don't get bogged down with the negativities, because he started this game quite slow. He was down by the very, very low 70 averages. Last time I looked at his average, it was down about the 72 until I saw that sort of inclining movement forward. And he's now around about the 88 mark. And I see nothing more than him probably just adding a couple of points to this, ending with a 90 or so average, and coming off quite a happy camper.
And in this format, players have two group fixtures.
60.
Yes, victory in your first game is important, but also margin of victory can also come into play. And one thing Richie will be hoping won't come into play is a 9-dart shootout, because last time he was here at finals night, he was involved in one, and he lost in extra time
26.
of a 9-dart shootout to Tony O'Shea.
If there is ever a week that's going to have a 9-dart shootout, this week is odds on. Because all week, the amount of 4-3s we've had
85.
is incredible. Now, when we've got the amount of 4-3s we've had this week, surely that just tells you that we've got a very evenly matched group. And I always like to play on words, don't I? I always say match or game. A match is where two players of similar ability with similar stats are taking on each other. A game is where two players are throwing darts on the stage and one walks off 4-0. Superior to the other. That's a game of darts. We've had plenty of matches this week, so I'm going to call it. I'm going to say I think we get a 9-dart shootout tonight.
This game could be over in 9 darts if Howson keeps going like that.
$100. Richie Wakar, 155.
Well, Michael Huntley's left 116 to save the game. That's what Richie Howson's been winning games this week at the Super Series on. That is a untimely
40.
bounce out for the Owl.
Mike Wakar, 116.
I think there was a bit of nerves in that. The first one was a long, long way off the treble. It was very nearly in the double. And the second one's almost hit the board sideways.
41. Richie Wakar, 115.
Anybody of any age can feel the pressure. Experience doesn't always eradicate it. But Richie Howson has been amazing on these big finishes this week. He's won so many games with a ton-plus finish. Notice the 116, we even nicknamed it the Howson. He did it that many times. And once again, Richie Howson wraps up the match with a big ton-plus finish, the 115. Coming up next, we've got Ian Moss taking on the seniors world champion, Robert Thornton.
So the Owl flying high once again here at the MODUS Super Series. Fantastic week for Richie Howson, who won Group A, and he is off to a winning start on finals night as well. Howson a 4-2 victor over Michael Huntley, pleasing the Essex crowd that have travelled, some of them playing county actually here in Hampshire today, but to support Richie Howson. It's another one of those ton-topping finishes as well, 115 to win that match, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Very, very tidy stuff indeed, and living up to his billing for tonight. Matthew Edgar's tip to take the title. Many people think that Robert Thornton will be his biggest rival. He's going to be in action next. He's in the opposite groups as we get the Group 2 action underway. He faces Ian Moss. Both of these men came through Group B over the last couple of nights. Thornton winning on Thursday, but suffered a loss to Moss when they met here yesterday. And now Henry Deacon caught up with both men a little earlier this evening.
Robert, finals night. How have you found the last couple of days?
I think they've been going all right. I mean, I could improve in a couple of things. I've had a couple of loose starts, but the overall performance hasn't been too bad.
Another Saturday night for yourself, this time hoping to get over the line?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I've not got a good record on a Saturday night, so hopefully I'll just come up and enjoy myself.
And of course, there is a crowd in here this evening. They're making a bit of noise, probably for you as well, because you are a crowd favourite. You love this sort of stuff, don't you?
Yeah, I like a bit of noise when I'm playing. The quietness kind of puts you off a little bit. You've got to focus a little bit more harder, but when there's more noise, then I can focus a lot harder than that.
And of course, heading towards the end of this particular series, and I know that a player your calibre would love to be in Champions Week.
Oh, I would absolutely love it. So, something to look forward to tonight, hopefully get through.
Indeed, and this crowd are certainly looking forward to watching you play. Robert, good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Brilliant. Ian, through to finals night. It's been quite the debut for you so far.
Yeah, it's been a tough one, really. I mean, very nervous night last night. Again, good players. Worried out of all the group. I was worried about Trina because she was playing well, and obviously I managed to get that last winning double, which meant the pressure come off me a little bit. But knowing I had to do a job with Robert. And me and Robert goes back a long time, so I'd rather play Robert and Trina, to be fair. So yeah, it's been a very good experience.
And of course, here tonight we've got the crowd in. It adds a different element, I suppose. Are you looking forward to that little bit of a buzz as you come on the stage with the ripples of applause coming through?
Yeah. I'm looking forward to tonight with a bit of noise. It was a little bit quiet for me on the first 2 days. But I'll get used to that, and this is more like it for me now. So
I'm sure they're going to be cheering on for you, Ian. We wish you all the best tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Brilliant.
Top man.
So then the first game in Group 2 is Robert Thornton, who's won multiple major titles in front of some of the biggest crowds, and Ian Moss, who's playing in front of a crowd on stage for the first time since his only World Championship appearance some 9 years ago. Will the experience be the difference in this one? Well, to get them onto that stage, a very experienced caller in Paul Hinks.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MODUS Super Series, live on Sporty Stuff TV. Please welcome the players to the stage for our second game of the evening, Robert Thornton and Ian Moss.
As the Fawn to the stage at finals night here at the Super Series. Robert Thornton, who entered week 9 as the favourite to win it, has a chance to do exactly that later on this evening. But the first man in his way towards that glory and towards Champions Week is Ian Moss, who on his debut in this competition has made his way through to the finals, an opportunity to play in front of the fans, in front of the cameras. He has taken advantage of the opportunity he's been given, and as he said in that interview just there, he has enjoyed every single moment.
And rightly so. It's a big opportunity here for Ian Moss, and it's a chance in front of a crowd in a TV event
First
with a
flag is Robert
sizable
to
prize
first.
fund.
Game on.
To beat one of the players that has a long longevity in the game. We keep saying the World Seniors champion, Robert Thornton, but It really doesn't do
81.
credit to the career that he's had when we look at the UK Open title, the Grand Prix title, two of the biggest tournaments in the world of darts, the World Masters. One of the longest tournaments in the world of darts. Robert Thornton has a very, very impressive
30.
darting CV.
And has this immense
140.
appetite to continue to add to it as time goes on. You look at him in the practice room and you look at him on stage, there's still a lot that he feels he can give to this sport.
And he's deciding the routes in which
59.
he is going to do that over the last couple of days. Now, you may be aware that the PDC qualifying schools starting on Monday from January the 9th.
45.
Robert Thornton will not be in that lineup. Robert Thornton has mapped out his journey for 2023, which doesn't involve going on the professional dart circuit. It involves representing on the seniors tour. It involves coming down to this, the Super Series. There are a lot of avenues open to Robert Thornton. I think we're probably going to see more of him than ever.
Never a bad thing. Watching Robert Thornton in action.
65.
Now, one of the things we have seen over the last couple of days, just to give the opposite side of all the positives we've just been spinning on Robert Thornton's name, is he has struggled with these later evenings. And there is a little concern that I mentioned up with Chris Murphy, that I feel he needs to win this game big, because he's got a long break before he comes on against Darren Johnson. We've seen the level of performance drop. If Ian Moss stays close or beats Robert Thornton, I think Robert Thornton could be in a spot of bother.
Well, it's Thornton who's going to get the first sizable chance at a finish, ton after 15.
82.
Although Moss hot on his heels, leaving himself 50 after the same amount of darts. Tops.
80.
Almost an excellent way to start, but Moss is going to get an opportunity to break the throw at the earliest possible opportunity. 50, he wants to lead 1-0.
He said he got nervous yesterday. How are the nerves, Ian Moss? Well, if there are nerves, they are not showing on the dartboard. A nice, clean check out there from Ian Moss. And Robert Thornton with a little bit of thinking time. Now, we saw in the last game, it is not a bad thing. Going 2-0 down, you can recover from that. Michael Huntley went 2-0 up against Richie Howson. Howson won the next 4 legs. We know Robert Thornton has that ability to do so. But on the first indications, Ian Moss is playing around about his seasonal average. His seasonal average, 85, which is very, very respectable. Actually, 55. A little bit above that at the moment.
As we can see on our average graphic here.
100.
Now, we're going to get the opportunity to see from our overhead camera angle the entry of the dart into the board from Ian Moss here. It's an old school stand up to attention type.
Yeah, that's just a standard sort of 60. Entry for a dart. It's not standing up to the point where we'd say it's a standing up dart, but it's the standard sort of guide for a traditional dart. We've seen players who have got more of an upright angle of entry, where we've seen like they over-analyse sort of the arc. This is a nice arc here from Ian Moss. The concern for me with Ian Moss is just the habit of going over
85.
To the 5s, and also the tendency that he may drop low on doubles such as double 4. The reason for that is just the play of the dart in the fingertips and the movement within the hand.
26.
Now, we may have just seen a crucial visit here, because Robert Thornton was in cruise control of this leg against the darts. But that 26, if Moss can find 2 trebles, may just turn things slightly, but
59.
he kind of hands back the gift that Robert half gave him.
Christmas is over, isn't it? It's a time of giving gifts is done.
We're past 12th night.
99.
But who's going to receive an early January present here at the Super Series and join our Great 8 into Champions Week, which will take place at the end of January and the beginning of February? Someone's going to win £20,000.
60. Robert, your card,
And
96.
the title. Thornton is always a preeminent threat for it.
Game shot on the second leg.
With darts like
Robert
that,
Johnson.
he's got every chance. He levels up at 1 apiece. And importantly, he accrues the break back, which he lost in the opening leg.
Third leg, Robert, you through first. Game on. $41.
And for the first time tonight, we see the expression of "Oh, Robert" come from the fawn. You can certainly read his mind at times if the darts don't quite go where he'd like them to land.
Well, you don't need
55.
to read his mind, just need to look at his face, because his face will tell you everything that he is thinking and that he is feeling in them moments.
58.
I reckon we should get some Super Series merch and have an "Oh, Robert" shirt.
$99.
Now, we spoke about the history of Robert Thornton. Ian Moss has got a little bit of history as well. The PDC Tour card holder. He won that from the 2014 Q School. He also qualified by the PDPA qualifier that year, which is taking on the Tour card holders that haven't got into the World Championship. Finished runner-up in that event, getting him a spot in the preliminary round of the World Championship. Lost to Rob Zarbo in a last leg shootout. He's also played twice in the
95.
UK Open. The most recent one was in 2015. He actually got through to the second round on that occasion. He started in the prelim round, so he won 2 matches.
58.
And lost in his third game, where he lost 5-3 to a former world champion, Christian Kist. Seems to have a thing about playing in TV events against former world champions.
That PDPA qualifier, there's some interesting characters that have won that in the
100.
past.
I would possibly say the PDPA qualifier is the hardest event to win on the darting calendar. You think about all the pressure that is on there, all the quality. I mean, if we have a look back through the archives, I'm sure we're probably going to get some real class, top
48.
personalities
In your
and
car,
names on that list.
152.
Can't have been that hard. You won it.
Twice.
Ian Moss, 152 for the break of throw. Can't be done now. There's only one way to go for the
44.
156.
Robert, your car,
2 double
156.
20s for double 18. It is mathematically impossible to go out any other way on the 156.
100. In your car, 108.
Yeah, Danny Baggish gave me that. That should be your tungsten teaser. What are the finishes you can only do the one way?
That will return next week. We'll have some fun with that next week, I reckon.
Well, first time for everything.
Well, Ian Moss will not have some fun with a ton plus finish here, which opens up the door of opportunity here
84.
for Robert Thornton.
56.
This 56, you sense, has to go with Moss breathing down his neck on double 12.
Game shot on the
And
third
Tops
leg.
has become
Robert
Old Faithful
Thornton.
again. He's had a bit of a love-hate relationship with that particular segment of the board this week. But he's found it back in favour again and leads by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg in to throw first. Game on.
Ian Moss, head down. Composing. Processing. Visualising. Delivering. Missing. Just going to try to do the whole leg in one word.
100.
Just one word answers. If you want to know what Robert Thornton thinks, just look at
9.
the screen on the right-hand side there.
We've just seen a 9.
Did you predict we'd have a 9 tonight? That was last night, wasn't it? You predicted the 9. I predicted a 9-dart shootout tonight.
60.
This is a bit better.
140.
That's more like it, Robert.
Oh, that would have been so Robert Thornton, that wouldn't it? A 9 followed by a 180, followed by a 26, followed by a 180. What was that would have been the version of Robert Thornton that we've seen this week. Opportunity here was knocking for Ian Moss.
68.
What a great last dart. Fantastic recovery there from Ian Moss. Just saves the situation with the last.
81.
Ian Moss being a bit more deliberate now. This is his game. This is what suits him. Trying not to get carried away with the pace. That probably comes from that processing time that I said. He just had his head down and he was just trying to recompose and reanalyze. And by the looks of it, the answer he came up with was, I was just going a little bit too quick. He seems to be finding results pretty fast. And you can get carried away with the pace, can't you, when you play a quicker player?
$71.
That is a huge last start for Moss. Maybe in vain. He went tops after nailing the treble 17. May should have gone for the treble 21st time of asking. 62 for Moss for 2-2.
Yeah, Moss has only had one dart of the double in this match so far, but that's all he needed to get his leg on the board.
22.
He'll need more than that
Robert,
if he is going
20.
get a second on the board. Robert Thornton to put himself one
Game
away from the match. And an
Thornton.
important breaker throw. A mightily important breaker throw if my prediction of Robert Thornton needing a big win in this match is to come through. If you are going to qualify through these groups,
Fifth leg,
you
Robert,
need
to
2
throw
points
first.
and
Game
a
on.
positive leg difference. If that is incorrect and it loses for whatever reason, at the SAT 501, Paul Nicholson was the man who said that exact quote, but I'm pretty sure it is bang on.
Robert Thornton's kind of made it a light-hearted joke about his record on Saturday nights, but you can actually sense deep down, away from the jokey element of it, that it's something he really wants to put right.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes you make a joke of something so you don't feel the pain of it, or you don't feel the embarrassment of it, because Robert Thornton would have been expecting to win this group. He came into this as the big favourite to win this week. And he'll be disappointed if he doesn't get over the line and get this one won. But that's kind of been a common theme when Robert Thornton comes here. 45. He alluded to that in his interview with you earlier on tonight.
I was actually having a chat with Ian Moss's partner earlier on this evening. And when Ian Moss was playing on the PDC Pro Tour, Robert Thornton was one of those, when he entered the circuit, that was one of those people that just was in his corner, was there for him, kind of helped him settle into the process of professional life. And
60.
Of course, it's been a while since their paths have met, especially in a recorded game at least. There's an obvious element of respect from Ian towards Robert for that
59.
part that he played towards helping him settle into professional life, because that's not easy playing on that Pro Tour. You need people to just kind of take you by the shoulder and kind of help you and show the ropes.
Well, the thing you tend to find is
60.
you start off and
Robert,
you're probably working, your partner's working, then you're not working, but they still are. So you're at home while they're out at work, and then at weekends you're away
58.
when they're at home. And you do tend to find that you build up some really good bonds and relationships with people on the tour because of that exact reason. There was times a couple of years ago, I think I saw Ryan Searle more than I did my own partner.
78. Robert Yukar, 112.
Robert Thornton will be hoping to see the finishing line. That's a plumb lie for the treble to leave himself double 16
Game,
to
shot,
win
and a match.
in style.
Robert
And the
Thornton
Thorn sets out a statement, winning with a tongue-topping finish to get the better of good friend Ian Moss by 4 legs to 1. Thornton, who is determined to get himself a Saturday night victory, gets that quest off to the perfect start. Well, we are going to take a short break. Upon our return, we are going to see Michael Huntley in action. He takes on Adam Mould.
Welcome back. So it was a strong start for Robert Thornton before the break. 4-1 to the Thorn in his opening match of the evening and the opening match in Group 2. A 4-1 success against Ian Moss. But look at that finishing from the Scotsman. 4 out of 5, 80% and 112 checkout. A similar kind of display to that of Richie Howson, the favourite to win Group 1, who won 4-2 against Michael Huntley in his opener. So Thornton off to a flying start, as is the Owl, and he's in action next, Richie Howson, having won that match with this 115 checkout. It's been a key feature of the way he's played all week, these ton-topping finishers, and he had one to get the better of Huntley in that one. He faces Adam Mould in his second match of Group 1, and if he wins it, of course, having won his first, then he will be the first player through to the semi-finals. But Mould did manage to get a win over Richie Howson when the pair met on Wednesday, and our man Henry Deacon caught up with him a little earlier.
Ian, through to finals night. It's been quite the debut for you so far.
Yeah, it's been a tough one, really. I mean, very nervous.
Adam,
Henry.
finals night, and your first appearance here at the Super Series. Happy with how the week's gone?
Brilliant. I'm very satisfied with my performances. Didn't expect much early on. I was more relaxed early on, and then as the week progressed, Saturday's sort of become doable, and felt a bit of pressure last night, but I scraped over the line in the end.
As the week's gone on, have you felt added expectation on your shoulders?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. I wasn't expecting Saturday at the start of the week, although it was in the back of my mind that I could do it. The more it became a reality, the more the pressure was added, and now I'm here. I don't think I've got anything to lose now.
Nothing to lose, but of course the carrot's there, isn't it? The £5 grand, the Champions Week. You'd be a lie, wouldn't you, if you said you weren't looking at it?
Of course. I think all 6 players are looking at it now. We'll get off to a good start, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, wish you all the best. Adam, good luck.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you.
Well, Mould is this week's qualifier from the amateur darts circuit system, and we'll be looking to follow in the footsteps of the last one, Adam Warner, who won week 8 before Christmas and picked up that £5,000 cheque and a place, of course, at Champions Week. But it's a difficult ask in his opening match, a man who really has got the wind in his wings. The Owl, Richie Howson, a win for him, and he is through to the semi-finals. To get the pair on stage, here's Paul Hinks.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MODUS Super Series, live on Sporty Stuff TV. Please welcome the players to the stage for our third game of the evening. Michael Huntley and Adam Mould.
And so, Adam Mould against Michael Huntley, our third game of the evening here at the Super Series. Huntley, who already has got his back against the wall. He was 2-0 up against Richie Howson before losing the next 4 legs. As for Adam Mould, he is our ADC representative this week. And it has to be said, and this is meant without no malice or disrespect, he is surprised with the quality he's put in. He was a relative unknown to the TV viewer before this competition got underway, but the more and more you speak to people around his neck of the woods in Aylesbury, a respected figure around there and playing some good stuff in that region. He's actually being backed on by another one of our ADC qualifiers we've had over recent weeks in Jack Vincent here this evening. Put a few down from Buckinghamshire.
Yeah, I don't think when you mention that there's any disrespect intended at all. We purely at the start of the week go with what we have seen in the past, and that's all we've got to go on. But now what he's doing is he is changing what people will say about him in the future with what he is doing in the present. We talk about those 3. We're going back to Christmas here again, aren't we? We're going of the darts of past and the darts of the future and the darts of the present.
45.
Reminds me of a very well-known Christmas story. But what Adam's doing here is he is changing opinions. I've been mightily impressed with him this week.
I first met Adam at Breen Sands at an event in July last year. I didn't actually see him throw at that event, but I was having a little chat with him
81.
At that event. He was talking about his ambitions to further himself in the sport, and the ADC has given him that avenue to do exactly that. Michael Huntley has dropped a dart on the floor. It wasn't an attempt to throw it, so he is allowed to go on the oche and retrieve the dart, come back and throw.
Yeah, the actual ruling is that is it has to be thrown in an overarm and deliberate fashion. That was not overarm and it was not deliberate. So it will not count as an active throw. He can go get it, bring it back, and throw in an overarm deliberate fashion.
We had a famous incident here at the Super Series involving Danny Lauby. It was in week 9 of the previous series, where
Something similar to that
55.
happened. Now, Danny's quite a quick player, isn't he? And throws in a very rat-a-tat-tat fashion. Adam Mould here looking to win this opening leg in a rat-a-tat-tat fashion. If he can nail the double 12, it would have been some way to start. But we saw that, of course, in that incident a few weeks ago, and that is the ruling on that. Adam Mould ruling this first leg.
140, Adam requires 24.
Looking to put the judge's gavel down and say, that is that.
Getting shot on the first leg.
To sentence Michael Huntley to a breaker throw.
An important match, this one, for Michael Huntley. Adam Mould, when we talk about lives, has got another life, another opportunity still to go. Michael Huntley played that opening game. He lost that one to Richie Howson 4-2. If Michael Huntley is to lose this match to Adam Mould, he
57.
will be eliminated.
Which would mean Mould and Howson will be a shootout for position. Now, how it works this evening is the top 2 players in each group, they will go through, but there is an importance on winning the group because the 2 group winners will throw first in their respective semi-finals. The runners-up will have to find a break at some point in the match. Now, when it does come to the final, we will have a bull-up in the practice room to see who gets the honour in the £5,000 match. It's the fairest way to do it. So you're rewarding good darts in the group, but then also given a fair and level playing field when it comes to the most important match of the week.
140.
That could be an important visit there for Mould, who was just under some pressure with his throw.
You know, I always like emphasising the point that that is the only match of the week
100.
that has a bull-up. Everything else is played for in position. If this was to be a victory for Adam Mould, that Adam Mould Richie Howson game would be the world's longest bull-up, essentially,
60.
wouldn't it? Because they'd be playing a best-of-7 game to see who's winning the throw.
At that point, you might as well say nearest wins.
136, Adam Yokar 160.
We've just been telling you all the possibilities here for Michael Huntley if he's to lose this game, and then he hits a lovely 136 to set himself up on tops.
140.
Now the Mould applies the pressure as if there wasn't enough pressure on Michael Huntley. There's a little bit more.
Game shot.
And you sense that had to go. This is a quality encounter. And you sense that had to go because Adam Mould's looking likely this evening, averaging 92. And on those combinations in that ton 20, ton 30 region, he's given a bit of a scare.
We know Michael Huntley can dig in when he needs to. Cast your mind back to Group C when he took on Andy Jenkins, and Andy Jenkins got that lead, and Michael Huntley took out a 1-6-4 finish. Treble 20, treble 18 ball. He let us know about it. He gave us a bit of a fist bump. Gave us a roar. He'd have been given a roar if he carried on for the 9 darter there. Fellow countryman Gerwyn Price. There was a bit of a roar. Maybe it's a Welsh.
The Fire of the Dragon. Well, as you can see on the averages there, this is a quality encounter. And it has to be said, at times we haven't seen the best of
95.
These players, but you just get the sense now with the big money on offer, the opportunity of getting through the Champions Week, we're just seeing an improved level from everyone.
96. Mike Ricard 133.
There's no time to be nervous. Time for nerves are done. You are here, you're in finals night, you've got the opportunity. You've got what you played for.
93.
I often think this when we see people go and qualify for the World Championship, the World Match Play, and they get there and it doesn't work for them and they're so far off the game, and I think this is what you want, this is what you wanted.
Mike Ricard 40.
The hard work is done. Now it's time to enjoy it. This is the reward for all the work you have done all week. Some of these players have been playing for 5 days.
No score. Adam Yorkar 83.
25 matches to earn the opportunity to be here. The Mould certainly looks like he's relishing the opportunity.
Bullseye for the break.
36.
Pulled it low.
Mike
and you
Ricard
could see his frustration. He is seething with himself. Because Huntley now, for 2-1, wants tops.
gets tops.
Third leg.
And Adam Mould may feel like he's missed an opportunity here. He's averaging 92. He's had chances in every leg, but he finds himself behind.
Fourth leg got him to throw first. Game on.
Richie Howson, a very interested
60.
bystander in this one, despite the fact not being on the stage. He could qualify on the back of this result. And that result would be any win for Adam Mould. Any win for him would put Howson
100.
through, which would give him a sizable increase in his weekly pay packet, reaching the semi-finals. That won't be enough for a player like Richie Howson, though, will it? He's going to want to go all the way. He's going to want to get the £5,000, and if I was him, I'd certainly be expecting a big novelty check at the end of the week.
140.
There's nothing novel about this particular visit for Mould. And again, it just keeps him in touch. Huntley's made inroads. He's stolen the darts off of Mould in this leg.
121.
The Mould here, you sense needs 2 trebles. Definitely needs at least 1 to leave a finish. Needs to find one.
44.
Comes up dry. And so Mike Huntley here, 6 darts and 140 for a 3-1 lead.
$100.
Mould in trouble.
40. Might require 40.
For a 13 dart leg.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
You can see what Michael Huntley thinks of that one. That is a big breaker throw. That is a big moment for Michael Huntley, who not too long ago we were starting to paint the picture of what could be an early elimination for him tonight.
Game on.
And it is, when you play in this finals night, how the fixtures can break down can really impact the way you feel about tonight. So if Michael Huntley was to lose this game, after game 3 he would be out. He could be leaving here straight away, he could be on the road, he could be in his car and off, because there's a car park not too far away before Darren Johnson's even thrown a dart on the evening. And sometimes it just makes you feel like you was never there.
100.
Hope he has the car locked, knowing some of the car parks around here.
$100. $100.
He's moving around with a bit of pace, a bit of swagger. The shoulders are sticking back.
40.
He's adopting power body positions, and rightly so. Because he is playing good darts.
140.
That is now going towards the 92 average. This is the best, statistically wise, we have seen so far tonight. And
100.
when he was under the biggest pressure he would have felt all week.
Double 16 to finish with a ton topper.
Game shot and a match.
And that is a victory for Michael Huntley, which keeps his hopes alive, which means Group 1 will go down all the way to the final match. It's still all to play for, courtesy of that victory by 4 legs to 1. Adam Mould's got out the tracks firing, but he couldn't keep up to that level in the end. Michael Huntley kept himself flatlined around that 92. He's the victor. We're going to take a short break. We're going to delve back into Group 2 action when we see Ian Moss in action for the second time this evening. And we're going to see the last player we haven't seen in action yet. That's Darren Johnson. He's on the hockey next.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, and we can confirm we do have our first player through to the semi-finals. Michael Huntley's victory of a margin of 4-1 means that he does go through to the last four. He's turned things around after losing his opening match of the night. We'll take a look at the stats from the game that he has just played, and he's beaten Adam Mould by 3 legs there, having lost his first match 4-2. But the margin of win means that he will definitely make it through to the semi-finals. Good performance as well, to be fair. A 92 average really lifted his game. A 101 checkout to win it as well. So full credit to Michael Huntley beating Adam Mould there. Well, now we go back to Group 2, and Ian Moss is going to take on Darren Johnson, the last player to appear this evening. Moss was beaten in his first match by Robert Thornton, who came flying out of the blocks, and Thornton will be through if Ian is beaten by Darren Johnson in this one. Johnson, the Yorkshireman, topped Group C to qualify for finals night and played some decent stuff over the week gone by, and Henry spoke to him earlier on.
Darren, finals night here at the Super Series. How have you assessed the week so far?
Well, it's good to get here and be playing on the last night, but my form's been all over the place, really patchy, and hopefully I can turn that round tonight and find my real form and show people what I can do.
Can you take it as almost a backhanded positive that you haven't played your best darts but still managed to find a way through?
A backhanded positive?
As a positive because you haven't played to the level you think you can play it, but you've managed to get through.
Yeah, and every day's a different day. I know from experience that it can turn around at any time and I can start playing my best darts, and that's what I'm going to try and do tonight.
Of course, you've got a pool stage tonight at the beginning of the evening, but there's a bit more of a knockout element in tonight's proceedings. Obviously, you won a few events in the WDF Tour in 2022. Do you think that suits your game a bit more?
I think straight knockout, that's my game, and that's what I'm used to. I think that's what most players are used to. These round robins and leagues, you don't play darts like that very often. It's straight knockout, best man wins, get stuck in there.
We wish you all the best, Darren. Good luck.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
And because of previous results, it kind of already is straight knockout in this match. If Johnson wins, he goes through and he takes Robert Thornton with him. A loss for Moss, and he is eliminated. So, to get DJ on stage, here's our MC, Paul Hinks.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MODUS Super Series, live on Sporty Stuff TV. Please put your hands together and welcome to the stage our 4th match of the evening. Players are Ian Moss and Darren Johnson.
So then, game 4 of our evening sees Ian Moss up against Darren Johnson. And as Chris rightly alluded to in the introduction, when we get to middle match time in the pool stages, it can almost feel like the knockout has begun before we officially say it's win and you're in, and if you lose, you're out. But it is effectively that situation for Ian Moss. He was defeated 4-1 by Robert Thornton in his opening game of the evening. He actually came out the tracks quite well in that match, but then just regressed towards the tail end of that particular encounter. Darren Johnson, who has admitted all week he hasn't played his best darts in this competition, but it was interesting listening to him in that interview just there.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg is Ian to throw first.
It's a different type of format tonight. Okay, you have the group to start, but you have the knockout element later on in the evening, and he says that if he can get to that knockout stage, the semi-final final is more suited to his game compared to round robins, which he hasn't played as much in his career.
Well, if you take the form that he's shown away from here in those knockout tournaments and those league tables that the rankings produce, you'd suggest that he's onto something. He's got a very valid point because he is top of the seniors order of merit at the moment, #1 on their system, which means we're probably going to see him in a couple of weeks' time at the Seniors World Championship at the famous Circus Tavern in Purfleet. But He's also quite high up on the WDF rankings as well.
85.
One of those big tournaments recently, the Northern Ireland Open 2022. Hundreds of entries in those events. They are a long day, a big slog, and quite a lot of
70.
quality littered throughout the event. And you've got to be switched on. It's very short format, often starts around the best of 5, and the format extends as the event goes on. But you can certainly get cold in those events and very early on. So Darren Johnson certainly showing that he has plenty of pedigree away from here.
But for Darren Johnson as well, it's a distinctive advantage because those sorts of events, when it comes to the final, it's played on a stage, but
60.
played in this kind of environment as well, where it's a lot of family and friends, a lot of what we call darts people, where you'll get that etiquette and best of order. So you'll be used to that kind of environment with a crowd in on a stage. That could bear fruit.
55.
Oh, and being a Yorkshireman as well, obviously my home county. Born in Doncaster, I played quite a lot of darts in and around the Yorkshire area.
95.
And
in your car, 86.
If you call out during a darts match, oh, there is the mighty best of order when you go round and you're playing in your local leagues and your tournaments and your super leagues in Yorkshire. You keep it zipped when there are darts being thrown.
54.
Some say we should do that.
Yeah, that's me that's telling you to do that as well.
100. In your car, 32.
For the lead. Hold the throw in the opening leg. Every single time Ian Moss is throwing darts for a leg, I can guarantee you the anxiety levels will be going and the heart rate will be going with that. Reason being, Ian Moss is in the exact same situation that we was not too long ago with Michael Huntley when he took on Adam Mould. He actually turned that around quite well and was just starting to paint the picture that Michael Huntley could be eliminated. He's actually the first player to go through to the semi-finals. Ian Moss, though, took a more sizable defeat. He took a 4-1 defeat in his game against Robert Thornton, which means he's realistically going to need a big scoreline himself in this one. But the minimum requirement is getting a victory on the board and giving himself some hope. Hope will be completely eliminated for Ian Moss, because that's what he will be. Eliminated from this event if Darren Johnson wins this. With Darren Johnson and Robert Thornton going through and giving us 3 of our 4 semi-finalists. I'm also going to
100.
Ask the people of Yorkshire, if you're watching, your man, help me out a little bit actually with this one, because give us a tweet at the Edgar501, because I'm going to need 46. A little bit of help, because I'm certain Darren Johnson has played some Yorkshire County, and I'm just flicking through the Yorkshire County appearances. I can't seem to see his name. You'd think he'd be quite high on that list, actually, that he'd have played quite a lot of games. But I'm almost certain I've seen him there, but I can't see him on the Yorkshire webpage. Maybe it was a Darren Johnson 55. Mirage.
In your car, 121. $57.
Well, it's fair to say these are the best darts Ian Moss has played this week. He's averaging just under 94 here, leaving 64 after 12, and it looks set fair that he's going to race his way into a 2-0 lead. He's going to get 6 on this 64 as well, as Darren Johnson leads himself on a bogey on 183. Excellent dart, 8-8.
No score.
That is probably the worst thing that could have happened there for Ian Moss, because even if he just come outside, he'd have come back for a straight single double. Now Darren Johnson's going to apply the pressure. If Ian Moss doesn't find the treble with the first dart, he's only going to get 1 more dart to get this break of throw. A crucial break of throw. Mightily impressive dart from Ian Moss.
Being shown in the second
Mightily
leg,
impressive
Ian
visit
Moss.
from Ian Moss. Just again, when the chips are down, Ian Moss plays the perfect play.
If at first you don't succeed, try again, because maybe then you'll come up trumps. And for Ian Moss, the first time round on the 64, he hit the treble 16, and then he went inside on the requisite double. Second time round, the treble 16 is bedded, and then he finds a double 8 first time of asking. He leads 2-0 against Darren Johnson.
Let's paint the picture even further for you. Let's put you completely in the loop of what is going on here. I said if Ian Moss loses, he will be eliminated. However, if he wins the next 2 legs and wins this 4-0, that'll be 2 points and a positive leg difference, which means Ian Moss would go through and give us another shootout between Darren Johnson and Robert Thornton.
81.
This could be a very tasty night of darts.
45.
It's poised, isn't it, for it?
I'm just getting a couple of tweets through on my Twitter. Thanks, guys, at the Edgar501. They're all saying the same thing. They're sure he has, but it must just be a very limited amount
100.
of performances. I'd be very surprised if he hasn't. Certainly wears the colours proudly on his chest. See just down the yellow strip there with Darren Johnson's shirt. Word Yorkshire.
$140.
That's his 4th 140 of the match. And it's been those 2 treble visits, which has seen him harbour so many
120.
more opportunities in this finishing range. Shanghai for Moss, leaving a finish after 12, and Johnson will have a look at the scoring power pack in the next leg with just 3 tons to his name. No 140 pluses, no 180s. So it's been that scoring power for Moss, which has afforded him the luxury of time, affording them opportunities, but that is a little bit of a slip.
It's not just what Ian Moss is doing, it's what Darren Johnson's doing. He's not even finding the line. Last shots,
21.
45, 45 to 60.
94.
Loses the line straight away there. He's in trouble. He's in big trouble.
Tops. Double 10.
Game shot in the third leg.
Glides it in.
Moss.
Tiptoeing back down the board like a ballerina.
Fourth leg down into through first.
And actually, when you see his action, he has his arms stretched out. We had an Angel of the North reference on Thursday about it.
140.
Looks like he's giving us a bit of a darting dance as he releases the darts. Bit of Swan Lake at the Super Series.
60.
This leg for Ian Moss, if he wins it, goes directly through to the semi-finals. If he was to win it for 1,
59.
he still have the possibility of a 9-dart shootout. The possibilities are endless at this moment in time. But for any of these possibilities, really, for Darren Johnson, he's going to need to raise the performance, and now.
Is this the 9-dart shootout that you predicted at the start of the night?
That would be the very one. And if
54.
you are a bit quirky like myself, and you like patterns and interesting stats and data, I can tell you that the first 3 matches of today have all been won with a finish over 100. Richie Howson took out 115. Robert Thornton
58.
won his match against Ian Moss with 112. Michael Huntley beat Adam Mould with 101. Will we be adding Darren Johnson or Ian Moss to that list?
Well, Darren Johnson will be hoping for a ton-topper just to keep his hopes alive. He's going to get at least 6 at it.
140.
6 may be all he gets. Much improved leg, this. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye. Did go for the bullseye. Maybe looking to get something going. Ian doesn't require anything, not on a finish.
Bit risky, that.
60.
Have to burn a dart
Daniel
here.
Carr, 47.
Mossy would have hit like a 140 or something there. Could have really been a problem. Darren Johnson only had 1 dart in a double so far in this match.
31.
We'll need plenty more. That's been the theme of Darren Johnson this week, hasn't it? The missed doubles. But I said all the games so far have been won with 100 checkout. Ian Moss takes this 138. He'll make it 4 from 4. And he'll book his place in the semi-finals.
$98. Daniel Carr, 16.
He's himself top, so Johnson has to make this double 8. Eking closer.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Darren
And he
Johnson.
basically crashed that final dart off the barrel of the second. Used it as a workable lie. Ian Moss with the darts is still a 4-1 success, and as Matt rightly mentioned in the previous leg, if Moss wins this 4-1, then Darren Johnson beats Robert Thornton by that same scoreline. We'll have a 9-dart shootout. Incidentally, the scenario in our next group is a really intriguing one. We'll leave that for Chris Murphy to explain up on the balcony in a few minutes' time. Might be longer than a few minutes' time if Johnson mounts the comeback.
45.
But it's only a 45 start. And this is really where the difference is laid in this game. The scoring power pack, both with 4 ton pluses,
85.
but it's been the 2 treble visits which has ultimately afforded Ian Moss the cushion that he's got.
45.
We've just been told where the answer is to Darren Johnson's county. Yes, he did actually play games for Yorkshire. He played 30 matches for Yorkshire. 9 in the A, 21 games in the B.
45.
The county plays a maximum of 9 games a season, so you could say that he played county for around about 3.5 years. Obviously,
95.
some careers, like when I played county myself, I was off doing other things as well, so I've only played about 35 matches, but that spanned probably across 7 seasons. That's probably what's happened here with Darren Johnson as well, and good system, the county system. You get time on stage and good quality opposition. He certainly put a lot of miles into that one.
One out of them, 40.
The Essex team made the trip down to Hampshire, who they play in the County Championship tomorrow over in Southampton. They're there to see their home man, Richie Howson, who is in action up next against Adam Mould. It may not be too far away.
100.
Moss can get it done with yet another ton topper to win a game at the next turn.
48. In your car, 112.
A more gettable finish to keep the pattern of play going. We saw Robert Thornton win his game with a 112 finish. Every game so far has been won with a 100+ finish.
Game
including match number 4, the second 112 finish of the night, and Ian Moss is well and truly in the running still to get through to the semi-finals. The 9-dart shootout is still well and truly on. Robert Thornton and Darren Johnson in the last game will be deciding the fate of that one. But coming up next, we've got Adam Mould taking on Richie Howson.
Welcome back. Well, don't write anybody off tonight here at the Super Series. We've got a pattern of players recovering from heavy defeats in their opening matches to turn things around. We saw it earlier on with Michael Huntley becoming the first player to make it through to the semi-finals. And now Ian Moss, a 4-1 win in his second match of the night, overturning that leg deficit, having been beaten by Robert Thornton by the same scoreline. He defeats Darren Johnson with that 4-1 win, and it also means that the prospect of a 9-dart shootout in Group 2 is alive if Johnson can beat Thornton 4-1. That's to come, but coming next is the last match in Group 1. Adam Mould against Richie Howson, and Mould, well, he is skating on thin ice himself. He was the player that lost that match I mentioned to Michael Huntley, who took out this 101 for a 4-1 win of his own, recovering from being beaten 4-2 by Howson, and that means he goes through, and it also means that Adam Mould is in serious trouble. He needs a big win in this one. Richie Howson beat Michael Huntley in his first match of the night. He's got a good following this evening, as Henry mentioned during the previous match. The Essex County team here supporting their man, the Owl, and it's a good chance that he will be going through to the semi-finals. Let me put you in the picture so you know exactly what the permutations are for this one. Obviously, if Howson wins, he is through, but he can also afford to lose 4-3 or 4-2. If Mould, though, can win 4-0 or 4-1, then he will go through at the Owls' expense. Keeping you up to date, leg by leg, are our commentary team of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. So Adam Mould's chances of progressing through to the semi-finals here at the Super Series are dangling by a thread. Richie Howson a couple of legs away from the Final Four. Now, you've been involved in this format. You've been involved in Saturday night's Matt. Now, in Adam Mould's scenario, do you want to know every permutation, or do you just want to go out there and play? Because if you know the permutations, you can perhaps let it get to your head too much and overdo it.
The only thing that matters is winning, isn't it? And yes, there'll be forms in which he has to win by a certain amount of legs in this one. Winning's just not enough for Adam Mould to guarantee qualification. I think Adam Mould's aware. Adam Mould plays a lot of round-robin events. He will know exactly
Hang on,
what
ladies
he needs
and
to do in
gentlemen,
this
first flag
situation.
is Adam to through
But personally, I would
Game
just
on.
want to worry about winning the match. That's all that matters for me in this situation. And same thing for Adam Mould. You want to win every game 4-0, go up there to win 4-0.
95.
These two players being backed by a lot of famous faces that you would have seen on your TV screens. Adam being watched on by
100.
good friend and fellow Super Series player Jack Vincent. Richie being egged on by his Essex teammates, which includes Keegan Brown, a PDC Pro
95.
Tour winner this year. Indeed, there he is, enjoying his night at the darts. You're on the TV, Keegan.
Yeah, Pro Tour winner last
140.
year. Did lose his tour card, so he'll be going to Q School starting 9th of January. He'll enter that in phase 2, and you almost feel a little bit for Keegan Brown. That means
91.
he's going to lose that ranking money, where actually he was in a provisional spot for the World Match Play, and it looked like it could have been a progressive season for Keegan Brown. Just needed that win, didn't he, at the
60.
World Championships that would have just given him that position.
Looking to win that car back. Looking forward to Q School next week because it does throw up a lot of stories. And there's always someone that comes out the pack. The obvious one, of course, last year was Josh Rock. But it's always a player that just eludes
Adam, your car 160.
even the most eagle divide.
But that's the point, isn't it? Josh Rock was not expected to get through Q School. He was a massive rank outsider, even to get through Q School, and he ended up being one of the favourites to win the World Championship.
60. Richie Wakar 101.
is something that Richie Howson has been doing all week. Does these in his sleep.
69. Adam Yukar, 100.
And already Mould will sense this is a big moment. Tops. Double 10.
90.
Every
Richie
moment at the
Howson,
back of legs is
32.
big for Adam Mould because, like I say, winning is not enough. Howson just needs to get 2 legs. And this one's against the throw. Big dart.
24. Adam Yukar, 10. Game shot on the first leg.
And a
Adam
little G
Mould.
up as well. A little G up from Adam Mould. He knows the significance of that because if Richie Howson gets the break in the open, he's having a darts for the 2-0 lead.
Second leg, Richie to
Would be
throw
enough for
first.
him
Game
to
on.
go through and enough to see Adam eliminated. At least, if you keep Howson to 0, you've got a bit of wriggle room, as John Park would say. Don't leave
123.
yourself at the point of no return.
And he had opportunities there, didn't he? He had clear darts at the double.
84.
One of his preferred doubles. Wasn't like he was on something obscure.
$100.
This is Richie Howson's standard. This is what he can play at in his sleep. This is kind of default cruise
83.
control for the Owl. And we have seen this week him accelerate above and beyond those levels too. Averaged 89.81 in his 4-2 success
100.
against Michael Huntley. He's averaging 90.67 here. Adam Mould, 80.16. He averaged 83.5 in his defeat to Mike. Although that average is going to dramatically go up as a consequence of the first max of the match.
$60. Adam Yukar, 154.
Richie Howson is playing himself into drama. He's backing himself into problems. 2 legs was all he needed to go through.
58.
3 legs and he wins the
Richie
group.
Yukar, 118.
It's that 101, then missed 3 darts at the double. That was on the 16. He's going to be changing it to tops.
88.
Just the
Yukar,
wrong
96.
side of the wire. This would be a breaker throw and a big blow for the Richie Howson chances.
Tops.
76.
And
Richie
with
Yukar,
every
30.
missed double, you'll see an even more aggravated Adam Mould.
That was safe.
No score.
That was cautious. That was safe.
Adam Yukar, 20.
You cannot be safe and cautious in this situation. He was worried about the split. You have to go straight for it. Adam Mould will be coming for this and attacking
Game shot on the
and
second
delivering.
leg. Adam Mould.
Richie Howson, I said it in the last leg, is really backing himself into problems here. He didn't need to do much here.
Third leg,
couple of
Adam to throw
legs.
first. Game on.
And he has had 4 darts in each of those legs. 8 darts in total. 4 in the first, 4 in the second.
82.
Adam Mould just continues to do enough.
You get the sense this is a big leg now for Richie.
81.
Well, it's not just a big leg. He's also got to find a way of dismissing the negativity. He's had the chances. He's had 4 darts in each leg. That could have been the 2 legs that sees him through, and he can just
100.
enjoy the rest of this game. Instead, he's going to feel like the group is in his hands and it was his. And he's going to feel like it's just going through his fingers.
91.
The worst feeling in sport, or in anything really, in life in general, is when you feel you've got something. And
134.
you can see it slowly being taken away from you. When Richie Howson started off with victory, 4-2 against Michael Huntley, you really feel like it's pretty
45.
much there. Especially when you come out and you think, oh, I've got to get a couple of legs. And he's just seeing it dissolve away in front of him. Adam Mould looking very good here for a hold.
100.
And if it is a hold to throw, Richie Howson cannot afford to lose any more.
That first dart there,
60.
because
Adam, your car,
Richie's
85.
darts sit down, would have obscured that treble bed. Mould here doesn't have to elect to go for the bullseye. He can now go the tops route for 3-0 lead.
45.
He's going to have time because Howson's back on 2-2-4.
Sliding, isn't he? The stats are going
100.
down.
Adam, your
The
car,
darts aren't
40.
producing. You can see it looks like a guy who's lost it already.
Game shot on the third
And the
leg.
last dart in
Adam
hand just
Mould.
really is one of those opportunities you think you're going to get, and then again you see it snatched away. This is how it feels all the way through it for Richie Howson, that he's got something,
Fourth
an
leg, Richie to
opportunity
third first.
that is
Game
just
on.
slowly leaving his grasps. How big can you dig now, Richie Howson?
100.
Well, he's got to dig in big. He's almost seeing this slip away like he's holding an egg in a hands that's just filled
40.
with butter. And suddenly we were talking about Adam Mould being at points of no return. And this is where
83.
Richie Howson is now. But the advantage is, unlike most games here at the Super Series where you've got to win 4 to reach your objective, Howson only needs 2.
60.
So it's half the work.
We talked about the pressure that Richie Howson is under here. Adam Mould is now in that same situation. He knows one leg, but he knows it's a timed
60.
situation. It's not a case that he's got a 3-leg buffer to win the match like he has in order to win the game. But if he wants to go through, he knows he's only got a couple of legs to get this done. This is a timed challenge.
125.
A challenge is probably not experienced with this sort of stakes on the line before.
That first dart was absolutely plumb for Howson,
100.
who will be joining his county comrades tomorrow. He will be playing in the A team. Well, his night here at the
83.
Super Series be
Richie
cut
Howson,
short.
158.
He's got 6 on 158 to pull a leg back.
Oh,
122.
wow, I think there from Howson, but what a great recovery. He will get more darts at a double. Twice he has come to the board. 3 darts in hand,
94.
all
Richie
at
Howson,
the double.
36.
Twice he has missed it.
Game shot on the
Different
fourth
target,
leg. Richie
different
Howson.
outcome. What they say, do the same things, get the same outcomes. Mixes it up, leaves the double 18, and that's one of his legs. This is a 1-leg shootout to see who goes through.
This leg Adam to third first. Game on.
And so 6 days of competition
134.
quite simply goes down to 501 points for this pair. And that is an excellent start under this pressure for Adam Mould, a 1-3-4. It forces Howson against the darts into bat here.
100.
A ton's okay.
You've just got to hang on. You've just got to stay within touching distance. The worst thing to happen is Adam Mould makes a mistake and Richie Howson cannot pounce. But fantastic switch in
96.
there again from Adam Mould. He knows. He knows. You can tell by the reaction. Adam Mould knows the situation he is in. Richie Howson,
95.
more less expressive, looks a lot more calm with the situation. Adam Mould is living this moment, but he's living it well.
100.
Well, he's doing the right thing, Richie Howson, staying with him, hoping for the mistake, but the mistake is not coming. So plan B is you're going to have to plough in a massive visit somewhere, Richie.
99.
6 darts to go through.
Is this the moment?
41.
We was waiting for the mistake. Well, Howson certainly was. Is that the tiny little slip that gives Richie Howson some hope?
$100.
What a dart.
Adam, your car,
Huge,
150.
huge dart. We know Howson is in range with a finish like 1-7.
Should have given himself a dart. Doesn't give himself a dart. And is that a fatal blow for Adam Mould? Because we know how clinical Richie Howson is around this part of a leg. He's going to get a go. Surely he's going to get a go. He will get one dart. A double 16 to go through, but he doesn't take it.
40.
And so Mould returns for his chance to seal progression.
Game shot on the mark. Adam Mould.
Adam Mould says all the words you need to hear because he is a semi-finalist here at the Super Series on debut. He had to win 4-1 or better. 4-1 is the margin of victory, and Richie Howson has been eliminated from the competition. The ADC qualifier is a semi-finalist here. So he is into the semi-finals. Who is going to join him? We're going to conclude Group 2 after this short break. Darren Johnson takes on Robert Thornton, and there's still the possibility of a 9-dart shootout.
Welcome back. Wow, well, this is turning into the night of great escapes at the Super Series. Adam Mould completing one of his own there by knocking out the Group 1 favourite Richie Howson, the Owl, who made a flying start to the night with victory over Michael Huntley. He managed to turn it around, and now Adam Mould, who was beaten by Huntley, got the result he needed against Richie Howson. A 4-1 success for Mould, the ADC qualifier, and a real surprise, especially after that first match for Richie Howson tonight, that he will not be in the semi-finals. An even bigger turnaround needed in Group 2 as Robert Thornton takes on Darren Johnson. Thornton got off to a good start himself tonight, 112 checkout to beat Ian Moss. Fabulous stuff from the Thorn, but the trend continued because then Moss came back and got the exact same result against Johnson, meaning that he's put himself in a better position, and Darren Johnson is in a bad position now. But the way things have been going tonight, well, who knows what could happen here. Simple way of explaining this one is that Darren Johnson can only go through at Thornton's expense if he wins this match 4-0. However, a 4-1 win for Johnson means that all three players in the group will return to that stage and participate in a 9-dart shootout. Any other outcome, and it is Thornton and Moss who go through to the semi-final. So to guide you through the last group game of the evening, here's Henry and Matt.
The drama far from done in the group stages, although it will come to its conclusion following the conclusion of this match as Darren Johnson takes on Robert Thornton. Two group winners this week going toe-to-toe. Thornton, the man on your screen now, the reigning World Seniors champion, won Group B on Thursday and Friday, whilst Darren Johnson won Group C in the morning slot of those 2 days. Now, Johnson lost 4-1 to Ian Moss in his opening game. It was a below-par performance from him.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
And let's just have a look at the... Oh, as he shots a fly. The only Paddy Wasp has made an appearance here. Let's just have a quick look at...
Wax on, wax off, wasn't it, for Darren Johnson? It needs to be wax on, because, well, he said he likes knockout darts, didn't he? Darren Johnson said, I like knockout darts, I like to know what I've got to do. There you go, Darren Johnson. Knockout darts for you. Win big.
41.
Go home.
$100.
Robert Thornton has dipped as the nights have gone on for the last couple of nights. It just seems to have a different spring in his step tonight.
134.
Does that mean that the real Robert Thornton is going to stand up? And if he does, we may have a problem here.
140. Robert Car 167.
Better from Johnson.
99. Darren your car 154. $58. Robert your car 68. $64.
Oh,
Darren
big
Yorker,
miss.
96.
Robert Thornton gives Darren Johnson an opportunity which he cannot take.
56. Robert Yorker 4.
He only got one life in this game.
Game shown in the first leg. Robert
been
Thornton.
erased.
He is just a hell-bent man on a mission.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
And there's just been a different side to Robert this evening, not just on 98. The hockey, but off it. He's a very jovial character, is Robert. He likes a... He's one of life's happy people, but there's been a real focus
41.
from him this evening. it's been a case of I know what I need to do and I will do what I need to do, and anything else that happens, happens.
28.
Darren Johnson needs to win the next 4 legs, and he's not going the right
29.
way about this. 41-29. That is not even going to beat Robert Thornton if he played with 2 darts.
100.
Might not even be enough to beat Robert Thornton if he played with 1.
26.
All going wrong for Johnson. Just see this getting away from him.
95.
Thornton gets the cushion. It's the gap in the points that give you that breathing room, that give you that comfort, that allow you to
59.
just play with freedom and attack.
$100. 135. Robert, your car 80. $70.
Darren Johnson nowhere near. Robert Thornton's got the luxury of time.
57.
May have even
Robert,
more
your
time.
car 10. Game shot on the second leg.
Robert Thornton does not need time. Robert Thornton is through. We say goodbye to Darren Johnson. There is nothing he can do in regards to the qualification for this. He lost 4-1 to Ian Moss. He has lost 2 legs here to Robert Thornton. And now he starts to find it. Probably thinking, where was you 4 minutes, 35 seconds ago when this match started?
180.
First max of the match goes Robert Thornton's way at the start of a leg as well. It's a much improved leg by Darren Johnson.
If you're going to go down, you go down swinging.
$85.
Well, he's in command of this particular leg. And in some ways, this must be more frustrating because he's been eliminated and now he's relaxed, he's playing better. It can actually invigorate you even more.
119.
He's left himself double 16 after 12, and at this point in previous legs, it's been Thornton that's been afforded every opportunity. He gets an opportunity in tops or 139.
32.
Oh, absolutely. This will be mightily frustrating for Darren Johnson.
Shot on the third leg. Darren Johnson.
He won't be feeling much comfort in that leg at the moment, especially if he knows the situation, which I'm pretty sure he does, because this group was quite an easy one to work out, because both had results of 4-1.
Fourth leg, Robert, to throw first. Game on.
Michael Huntley, the winner of
180.
Group 1, means that he will be throwing first against the runner-up of Group 2, which will be either Robert Thornton or Ian Moss.
$100.
Well, Robert Thornton, having 1-2 legs, cannot be toppled by Moss. So the worst he could do is +1. Moss is on 0.
So it'll be Michael Huntley versus Ian Moss.
57.
Robert Thornton versus Adam Mould.
Are you beginning to get a feeling that the winner could come from that second semi-final?
Beginning to feel that the business end of this tournament
27.
is bringing out the best of these players. Because let's be honest, at times, it's not been the best in terms of the data and the standards.
95. WK 137.
Been dramatic. Been plenty of stories. We haven't seen the sort of quality that we're seeing tonight.
99. WK 98.
Two trials for 2-2.
86. WK
Does it go?
38.
Thornton will go straight
Game shot
for
of
the
the
double
fourth leg.
19 and
Robert
find the
Thornton.
double 19. A little war come on, even though he knows he's through.
I don't think he does. I don't think he knows, because he seems far
leg
too
challenge to
passionate
first.
about that
Game on.
outcome of winning that leg. I think Thornton is just thinking, win first, and you know you're through, and if not, just check the outcomes after. I can vouch for this as a player. There's different ways of doing it, and sometimes you'll just go on there and try and win, and then when you come off, you go, now what's the
81.
situation? I think he's gone up there with that attitude. Win this match, and if you don't, see if you've felt lucky and if there's a bonus way of getting through. I don't think he's fully aware.
57.
To be fair, after knowing Robert Thornton and knowing the type of character he is, he certainly isn't going to be sat working this out. Let's get that bit straight. The only way he's going to know is if he overheard Chris Murphy or someone else has told him.
27.
Robert Thornton won't be sitting there with a pen and paper going, oh, I need to do this or that needs to happen. He won't be working anything out. The only thing he'll be thinking is darts.
140.
We'll find out with the reaction at the end of the game. That'll probably be the big telling sign.
180.
Parting gift with Darren Johnson is a Paul Hinks 180.
120.
That's unlucky. Mightily unlucky. And then for back-to-back maxis, can Johnson take out the 112? Tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Darren Johnson.
To make it 3-2, it gives him something to at least take home with him. He may win this starting battle, but he hasn't won the war.
Roberts is through first. Game on.
It's Thornton who has the darts to seal the win.
180.
Giving a war to the crowd, giving a finger point to the crowd.
100.
He is fired up for this.
121.
This is an incredible leg. Just very quickly, the average is 97.5.
29.
You know what Robert Thornton said to me after he won the Seniors World Match Play? He says, I hope everyone sits writing me off so I can keep proving them wrong. I had concerns over Robert Thornton in terms of what we've seen for the last couple of days and the fatigue that he has shown. But right now, as of this point, he is proving that concern to be absolutely, completely and utterly wrong.
100.
Not concern, no concern. 18 tops.
Robert Yokar, 58.
Expect this to go.
Tops of Thornton.
38.
He is going to come back. Johnson on 204. Can he finish with a max? Can he finish with a max? Can he get a max? Of course he can! And a finger point into the air. Double five. It may not be his last start of the match.
10.
It may not be his last start of the match.
24. 12. Robert Uwakar, 10.
That might be, though. Two fives to end this phase of the evening.
No score. Darren Uwakar, 12.
Well, have another go, Darren. 2 sixes this time. Throw a break. Be a nice little parting gift if you could turn this around and get a victory over Robert Thornton. Something positive to take away.
No score. Robert Uwakar,
The first start helped him in no which way. Double 5 for Thornton. Double 2.
8. Darren Uwakar, 12.
He allows himself to chuckle. You won't find it funny if Johnson nails his double 6.
No score. Robert Uwakar, 2.
An average busting end to the game. Robert Thornton will be hoping this is the end of the game. If you're going to do that, Robert, there's only one thing you can do. That's hit double 1. He's going for the old tactic of one
Game,
up,
shot,
one in,
Robert
and
Thornton
delivers that one to great success. We say goodbye to Darren Johnson, who has entertained us all week with his darts, but we now move on to the semi-final stages. We still have batting Robert Thornton, Adam Mould, Ian Moss and Michael Huntley. Those 4 players are going to battle it out over the semi-finals, coming your way in a few minutes' time.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
This is indeed the MODUS Super Series, and what a night it has been so far. It's been a week, Matt, that's been filled with darting drama, kind of typified by that. And by that metric, we're getting quite a fitting finals night, aren't we?
Yeah, when I did my preview before this started, I was asked what to expect, and I says, well, I don't know what to expect, so I don't know what anyone else is expecting to expect from tonight, so expect the unexpected. And that is exactly what we've got in the terms of this, with turnaround victories and big victories, big finishes. It's been all sorts going on tonight. It's been a brilliant watch.
Yeah, the only player that has kind of lived up to his billing is Robert Thornton. He won before the break there against Darren Johnson. He's the only player in the semi-finals to have won both of his matches tonight. So Robert Thornton may be emerging as the favourite from the final four, but it's Huntley against Moss and Thornton against Mould in the semi-finals. We're going to preview those in a moment, but first of all, we're just going to take a moment to fill you in on what's happening next week at the MODUS Super Series with the players that are in action. And again, it's got that World Seniors feel, a lot of players building up for that. What names jump off the page for you there?
Well, straight away, you look to Group C and see Martin Adams. Multiple-time world champion. He's probably going to be the big marquee player of that week. Kevin Painter, for me, someone I practiced with for many years, know him very, very well. He's always going to be a standout player in whatever room he goes to. When you talk about longevity of a career, he's had it, and he tips it off as well with that Players' Championship final success when he got that TV major. Gary Robson, someone we see here quite regular, obviously retained an awful lot of ability. That week is going to be very competitive, and I don't think I could predict a winner from this point. There's no one really stands out as a clear favourite.
Yeah, some good names. Do tune in. It starts from 9:30 a.m. on Monday morning with that Group A getting underway. But let's see if he's willing to predict a winner from the players we have left standing tonight. The first semi-final is going to be Michael Huntley against Ian Moss, and we can see how the pair of them got there. Michael Huntley recovering from that defeat in his first match of the night to Richie Howson by beating Adam Mould 4-1. And then Ian Moss, well, he had to overturn an even bigger deficit, having been beaten heavily by Robert Thornton in his first match of the evening, but came out all guns blazing. Ian Moss beating Darren Johnson. He took out 112 checkout to beat Johnson. Ian Moss, slow start, but we can see in a moment the way that he got through. Do you think that he's got what it takes to go all the way?
Of course he has. You know, he's played in a World Championship. You don't win that ticket in a raffle. He got through the PDPA qualifier, a very hard tournament to win. He's earned a tour card before, getting through Q School. He's got in the UK Open on 2 separate occasions. Of course he's got the quality to win something like this, but does he have the nerve in 2023 to win something like this? Because all those achievements are nearly 10 years ago now. The last time we saw him in a major event, the UK Open, was 2015. So can he come here and do this? Yes. Will he? I don't know. He's certainly shown nerves in games this week. He lost a 3-0 lead to Trina Gulliver. He's openly admitted he has felt the nerves. Will they kick in at some point here? They're going to at some point. How does he react to those is going to be the bigger question, rather than has he got the ability. Ability-wise, yes.
He's about to play Adam Mould in the first semi-final. Robert Thornton is in the second one. Moss is taking on Huntley in the first. Thornton taking on Mould. Just quickly, out of those four, I mean, Robert Thornton is the obvious answer. Is that where you're going to put your 50 pence?
He is the obvious answer, and he's the one you've got to go with. I remember I just said on commentary that after the Seniors World Match Play, which he won, he said, I like that people write me off because I like to prove them wrong. And he's proving us wrong here. Well, he's certainly proving me wrong, because I said as the night goes on, I expect the same pattern that we've seen in terms of that level of performance dipping and dropping throughout the night. It's not. If anything, it's getting better. He had the average busting leg in the last one. He won't care about that. He'll forget that. He's won. That's all that matters to Robert Thornton. Winners win, and he's been winning.
And this first semi-final, then, who do you expect to go through, you're saying, to face Robert Thornton?
I've been impressed with Michael Huntley throughout. Michael Huntley has been very, very consistent. Paul Nicholson stamped him with a seal of approval, actually, last time I was down here, because I commentated on his week before. Consistency was the key there. Ian Moss hasn't found that level of consistency. He's generally around the average, but to get there, he's got big waves up and big waves down. On those waves down, Michael Huntley could punish and just open up a bit of a gap.
I just want to quickly ask you about Richie Howson, who got knocked out. He's got a big following here tonight, Richie Howson. They'll be disappointed. Just quickly, did he maybe have the wrong mentality going into his match as compared to Robert Thornton, who you thought just played to win?
Yeah, you could tell by the reactions. Every time Robert Thornton won a leg, he was just there to win the match. And then when he came off, was that enough, yes or no? Richie Howson knew what it was. And I think Richie Howson is more of a thinker than Robert Thornton in that respect. He went up there knowing 2 legs would be enough. He had 4 darts in the first leg, 4 darts in the second. That could have been his 2 legs. Finishing is something we've stood here all week and said Richie Howson is the standout finisher of the week, and it let him down when it really mattered.
It did. So he's out. Robert Thornton is through. He is in action against Adam Mould in the second semi-final. But let's get the first semi-final underway. It is Michael Huntley against Ian Moss. And to get the players onto the stage, I'll hand you back to the dulcet tones of Mr. Paul Hinks.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MODUS Super Series, live on Sporty Stuff TV. Please welcome our players to the stage for our first semi-final. Michael Huntley and Ian Moss.
And so it gets serious here at the Super Series. We reach the semi-final stages. Only 4 players now can book the 9th spot at the second Champions Week. And as the players walked onto the stage, Michael Huntley quick to applaud the crowd as he strolled his way up onto stage. Whereas for Ian Moss, he was just having a look around his surroundings as he got to the hockey, as he approached the board during that walk-on just now. Just taking a look around at everything. This is a big, big game for him. It's his biggest game, you'd say, since his World Championship appearance 9 years ago. Huge money at stake now. The money goes up considerably. If you get through to the final, £2,500 goes your way. If you win, it's £5,000 plus a place at Champions Week where there is more to be made.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mick to through first.
There's plenty to be made. Just take a moment to think about what you would be able to do if you had a £20,000 cash injection into your bank account.
100.
That is what one of these players will be playing for. One of these final 4 that are left standing. Do you have a prediction? Anything to share? Because, I mean, yesterday on the preview show, you managed to land us with a tip that actually equated to 24 to 1.
100.
I think the winner of the second semi-final wins the night.
And who wins the second semi-final?
Good arrows, Matt. Good arrows. Thornton 4-3.
45.
So there you go. In a roundabout way, Henry Deacon has just predicted Robert Thornton is going to win week 9.
140.
Basically, I was trying to sit on the fence, and then Matthew Edgar put a sledgehammer right through the middle of it.
Yeah, I'm not letting you get away with that one too easily.
$100. Mike Car 161.
But Mike actually has the average
41.
of the night so far, 92.2 in that 4-1 success against Adam Mould. Although Thornton's average was kind of crashed by that leg where they both had troubles on the doubles.
60. Mike Car 120.
Said when I spoke with Chris Murphy Ian Moss's lows
45.
could get punished by Michael Huntley to the point where his good darts can't recover. In that respect, he's quite fortunate that his lows is coming on the Michael Huntley throw.
45.
So there's no
Michael Carr,
real big
75.
damage done here. However, it does remove the element of time. The format will not increase.
55.
It is best of 7 all the way through.
And also you get the sense that Ian Moss is going to have to come up to Michael's level, because it doesn't look as if Huntley is going to regret on this level.
85. Michael Carr,
So
20.
2 10s for a comfortable hold in the opening leg. It's been quite good
Game shot on the first leg.
in this part of the
Michael
board,
Huntley.
and he pins the double 10 again. Takes the lead by a leg to nil, and there's a lot of work for Ian Moss to do here. It was a bit of a
Second leg
struggle,
in
that
for
opening leg,
first.
but
Game on.
that was against the darts. He's just going to park that now to the back of his mind and go again. Fresh start with the throw, leg 2.
Nerves. That was something that
60.
Ian Moss alluded to, that he has been feeling at certain times. That is something that I mentioned it looked like he was struggling with at key moments
100.
in his Group B campaign. Is that what we are now starting to see come back into the game for Ian Moss? And if it is, the first dart lying straight in the treble 20 is always a settler.
140.
The minimum requirement done with the first dart, and it just allows the other 2 darts to be thrown with a lot more freedom. But it's not like he's playing an experienced player here. We said at the start of the night, Michael Huntley has never played on a stage in front of a crowd and cameras. This is 2 players, despite their senior years, very inexperienced in this environment. So with that in mind, what we can expect is some slightly inexperienced darts at times. We might go to a leg where we see 5, 6 darts missed at a double and someone comes down and pinches the pocket.
85. In your car, 161.
Possibly the crucial element of this game is how a player reacts as soon as they get to free. Whether they throw freely or whether they tense up knowing the significance of a potential place in the final. We said Ian Moss had to have a better leg this time round. Back-to-back 140s helps him on his way to 64 after 12. And he is going to get a poke at it.
45. In your car, 64.
If he is feeling nerves, he's managing them well. Nerves are not always a bad thing. They do wonders for the body. Start to release that adrenaline.
24.
Adrenaline's going to
Mike
heighten the
Newcar,
senses. The senses,
146.
touch, sight. All things you'd think would be a benefit to a dart player. And it's how you process that. Are you processing it as excitement?
90.
Or are
In
you
your car,
processing
40.
that as nerves, as fear? Makes you a bit tentative. Got to be aggressive.
Game shot on the second leg.
That was a
Ian
good
Moss.
dart. That was a nervy moment there. As I say, for both of these players, these will be nervy moments. These are new moments for them, new experiences. These are alien feelings. They're not normal feelings.
140.
What amazing preparation, though, for Ian Moss, who admitted that he hadn't played a lot of darts before coming here.
100.
Obviously, Christmas and different events getting in the way that just prevented that progress that he was making of finding a game back. But still, an 85 average. That's why I said when I looked at the odds of Group B, I said it was criminal. The prices they was offering on Ian Moss, there was so much value in all of his games. He will no doubt be looking at the 27th to 29th of January at the Crucible Club in Reading, when there are 2 more Open Series
45.
events and 2 World Championship qualifiers, event number 3 and 4. You're over 50, you could be joining Ian Moss. Just head to worldseniordarts.com. That's worldseniordarts.com. Find out all the information you will need. 2 spots, 2 direct spots, straight through to the Circus Tavern, where you'll be rubbing shoulders with the likes of Trina Gulliver, who we've seen, Robert Thornton, the defending champion, 16-time world champion Phil Taylor.
56.
Well, the pattern of play is beginning to emerge that the player who's throwing first is just taking full command of legs.
60. Huntley
with 6 darts. That's a nice guide.
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
Beautiful guide as he kisses the double off that first dart. And so Huntley's halfway to the final. Moss has work to do. Has to obtain a break at some point.
First. Game on.
He has the throw in leg 4. But it's been very in and out at the minute from Moss. He had those couple of good visits in that leg that he won.
40.
With the darts, he's playing okay. But against the darts, he's given Huntley too much time.
100.
We're talking about the inexperience and the pressure that may be on these players, but actually when we look at our next game, we're talking again about inexperience, playing experience, a man who's won major titles in every code and organisation that's worth winning major titles in Robert Thornton, taking on someone who's never got this far in this style of event before, Adam Mould. And you ask about what the pressure's like in that situation. When I was up on the balcony with Chris Murphy, I looked over and Adam Mould was just sat casually chatting with his family and friends out in the audience. He is taking all this in his stride, and he's looking like a man who is full of confidence and belief.
That visit will give Ian Moss full confidence and belief. As the 180 placards
121 in your
are hoisted in the air by the crowd. Moss 1-2-1 for level game. Triple 17. Didn't go. So Huntley will get a chance at 140.
57. Michael Carr 140.
His first start's been good in this game. That would be good in the scoring phase because you expect him to be able to use that sort of dart.
60. In your car, 64.
Ian Moss got 2 different experiences on this. He's got one where he hit the treble 16 and bust. One where he hit the treble 16 and hit.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Ian Moss.
It's the treble 16 and hit experience that becomes even more positive. Levels up the game, everything going with throw. And you'd sort of say it's been
It's like Mike to throw first.
drama-free. Well, I bet the players are feeling completely different. They'll be feeling the drama and the tension.
41.
Big payday in store for one of these 2. If one of them can make it, well, whoever makes it through to the final, one of them has to make it through to the final.
Let's not mistake the fact that this would be a watershed moment in their career. Especially if Ian Moss
85.
could get over the line and win the £5,000.
You do feel like
95.
in defeat, Ian Moss would probably be quite happy with his campaign and his success and getting through to the semi-final. He'd be happy with that result. When Michael Huntley, I feel, would be a lot more disappointed with losing at this phase.
Even though you mentioned that they're at similar scales
85.
in terms of experience, where they're at now are in different places. Mike is doing things on the tour. He is qualifying for things.
85.
He is a visible presence, whereas with Ian at the minute, we haven't seen too much of him in those sorts of circles. For him, it's a new experience. Michael's been here before earlier on in this series, and perhaps it was a bit more of a free hit for Ian than it was for
100.
Mike.
Yeah, if we're talking about expectation, you'd have to say Michael Huntley. I mean, the
40.
expectation of myself for this match was that it'll go the direction of Michael Huntley. However, in the scoring phase of this leg, Ian Moss has now broken the throw. Will he think about this correctly? He does. That means he can utilise the ball.
58.
Oh, well, he kind of thought about it correctly, and then 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Well, it is bad in this situation.
And Ian Moss might be very, very sad.
140.
If he would have gone for the 25 or the ball with that last shot, that last visit, it would have gave him the opportunity now at throwing at a combination finish. Yes, it would have been a big finish, but he would have had some chance. Some chance is better than no chance, which is what
59.
he had coming to the
Michael
board at
Carr,
173.
100.
Went for top to tops.
60. In your
Wasn't
car,
successful.
114.
114 for Moss for the breaker throw. And his opponent poised and ready on a double. He's 40% on that particular seven. Both players are. Barring a miss on the single. Well, the double's okay. The double 14 leaves double 13. He still gives himself a chance. It wasn't at the desired target.
Michael Carr, 40.
And that wasn't the desired outcome. And so Huntley is back to move in one of the final.
So it's been drama-free. That was our first nugget of drama.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Big
Michael
moment
Huntley.
for Michael Huntley. He survived the break dart. And then with the very last dart, was able to find the double. So it's been drama-free.
6 leg Ian to throw
That's
first.
the most dramatic
Game on.
moment, the most turning moment. Because if Ian Moss hit that double 13, these darts would be the first darts at him throwing for a place in the final.
It's probably the first leg in this match where
60.
we've seen a big miss get punished and the opponent step in. Everything else has been quite comfortable.
60.
But we mentioned at the top of this game, possibly the biggest psychological difference in this one is how they react when someone gets to free. Well, Michael has got to free.
140.
Does he continue to flow? Or does the magnitude of a Super Series final see a little bit of
45.
nerves, see a little bit of tension begin to course through the body?
Friends and family of Ian Moss would probably feel it's a bit of justification as well if he was to
99.
get through to the final. He has been playing some good darts. I've mentioned all the way through, so that 85 average on the Seniors Tour. I'm just actually looking at the rankings at the moment for the Seniors Tour
140.
and the averages of those players. There are only 4 players above Ian Moss in the rankings that actually average better than him. So if we was to do the rankings on those averages, it'd actually be number 5, not number 18.
92.
Sometimes it's in open play and tournaments, unseeded events. Sometimes it can just play out to the draw or play in the wrong player at the wrong time.
140.
He averaged 101 in defeat to Mark Walsh.
Well, he's averaging 83 here and 33% on the doubles, but It's just that one moment in that previous leg that could be the undoing in the end.
46.
And that feels harsh because he was on the back of a 114 combination. But Moss leads himself on 64 to take us a distance. We've seen a plethora of matches won on 116 this week. This semi-final won't be in this particular leg. And he's pulled that considerably. Is that a sign of tension? Is that a sign that he knows what he could be about to do?
Look at the Ian Moss score. He's left it again. 64.
76 in your car, 64.
All positives and negatives here for Ian Moss. Very, very different experiences every time he's left it. Fourth different route. One dart to save the match.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
One big
Ian
dart
Moss.
to save the match. One dart in hand. Michael Huntley couldn't watch. He had his back to the board. His head was down. He was hoping not to hear Paul Hinks call in the game shot.
Final leg, Mike, to throw first. Game on.
Was not answered. It is one leg for a place in the final.
60.
A troublous start for Huntley opens the door for Moss.
Michael Huntley biting the flights at the back of the stage. Did old Phil Taylor tell that he used to be feeling the nerves?
85.
Big last start.
55.
If Ian Moss can get two trebles here, he takes full command of this leg. Well, there's one of them.
$89.
I think he should be happy enough with that at this point. One treble a visit is enough so far.
99.
No damage done there from Huntley.
Pretty much seen this leg go back level.
Just keeps asking the question, forcing him to keep producing. You can't go stand in the corner flag and play down the clock.
100.
Oh, it's tense.
123.
Took out this 164 already this week. It was to pull the game back actually against Andy Jenkins. Jenkins was 2-1 up at the time and Huntley took this out. He might have to. Ian Moss, what a time this would be.
140. Michael Carr, 164.
Treble 18. Would have left the ball. Would have been some way to win it. And now he has to stand at the back of the stage and hope that Ian Moss doesn't take out this 87 to make it through to the final in his debut week.
A man was given no hope by the odds compilers. Wants the bullseye to go all the way.
62.
He's had a dart. Huntley should follow in kind. Can he take his opportunity? He's going to get a dart. He should get a dart. It's going to be at the bull as well. Both players have had a chance at the bullseye to win this match. But it is Ian Moss who is going to get second dibs at this 25.
Pick your route. 9 for double 8. Been trying to lead this the whole time, and that is why Ian Moss kisses the dart. He has managed to break the throw at the very last opportunity, and he books himself a place in the final where he'll be playing for £5,000 against either Robert Thornton or Adam Mould, which is coming your way in just a couple of minutes' time.
Welcome back. Well, Ian Moss lost his first match of the night 4-1 and had a mountain to climb, and now he finds himself in the final. That after a dramatic semi-final victory over Michael Huntley before the break there. Both players had a dart at the ball to win the match in that last leg decider before Moss returned to clean up the remainder and book his place in the final. What a turnaround for him on this finals night. The winner of the next match will take on Ian Moss in the final. Robert Thornton and Adam Mould playing in the semi-final we're about to see. And Robert Thornton, well, he's been the one man that's looked assured, that hasn't looked in danger all evening. The Scotsman winning both of his matches, ending on 1-1 against Darren Johnson to book his place in the semi-finals. Adam Mould, like the man we've just seen win Ian Moss, had to complete a great escape, and he did it. He got the 4-1 win he needed against Richie Howson, one of the favourites to make it through to the final. Everybody expected to see a Thornton-Howson final tonight, but that's not the way it's gone, because Mould got that 4-1 win and he has booked his place in the semi-final. So who will face Ian Moss in that decider? Will it be Robert Thornton, the World Seniors champion, multiple major champion, or will it be this week's amateur qualifier through the ADC circuit, Adam Mould? The second semi is about to get underway, so we'll hand you over to our MC, Paul Hinks.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MODUS Super Series, live on Sporty Stuff TV. Please welcome the players for our second semi-final to the stage. Robert Thornton and Adam Mould. Hello, Robert. Look at him.
A place in the final is at stake. It may well be the biggest game of Adam Mould's career. Ian Moss is the opponent in waiting. Everything's mapped out for these players now. They just need to accrue the victories. Robert Thornton, 55 years of age, the former World Grand Prix winner, up against Adam Mould, who is enjoying the week of his darting life.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first leg is Robert to through first.
Haven't seen much of him before this week, but I think we're going to see much more of him as a consequence of the last 6 days. But it is Thornton who has the darts and has a perfect start.
180.
Oh, we was 4 darts of our own repeat of that final leg. The World Championship when Michael Smith and Michael van Gerwen
100
went into the 9. We got 4 darts into it. Robert Thornton, I can hold my hands up on this one and say I doubted him. I had serious doubts over his ability to produce ability throughout a long
97
evening like this one. He's writing out that concern very, very quickly. After just 9 darts, these are 124.
45.
He was the bookies'
124.
favourite to win this week, and he is playing like that when it matters the most.
84.
He feels that he has to prove a point, not to anyone else, but to himself, that he can do it on a Saturday night.
40.
And he has come out from the first dart until now on a mission to finally get this done. He's going to bust the score here with Mould all the way back on 256. Since that first visit, which was a decent one for Mould, it's completely fallen off a cliff edge.
Sensible play there as well for Robert Thornton. He loves tops. But he doesn't have the
40.
cushion of time this time. Comes low again. This time you've got to go for the 5s, Robert Thornton. And wouldn't it just be so ironic for him to pin this right in the middle?
30. Adam, you require 76.
Well, Adam Mould has been nowhere in this leg, but that maximum has given him a chance. 1 dart at tops.
56.
Would have been a right royal steal. But Robert returns for double 5.
Game shot on the first leg. Robert Thornton.
Gets over the line in the end and presents it to us. Shows us where it was. That's where it is, Robert. Right next to your favourite tops.
Second leg, Adam to throw first.
You mentioned earlier, tops has been a love-hate relationship for Robert Thornton. At the moment, it's more of the hate.
57.
Even the seniors world champion, the former World Grand Prix champion.
60.
An event that relies on being able to hit a double, not just once in a leg to win the match, but to start it. Showing a bit of frailty. Maybe that's a lag from the frailty we saw at the end of winning his last match when he played Darren Johnson and chased it around.
46. 100.
Mould is improving.
100.
140 ton his previous 2 visits.
$95.
He's himself on a finish after 12. He's going to get a go at this. He's going to get 2 goes at it.
45. Adam Yukar,
because Thornton is back on 250, and so Mould to level up. 109. Double 16 to level this game up.
77.
But he will return. No need for panic for Adam Mould.
$100. Adam Yukar, 32.
Squeezes that last treble in to leave him a finish.
Game shot on the second leg.
And Adam Mould levels this game up. Courtesy of that double 16. An improved second leg for Mouldy.
Third leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Well, Thornton came out the tracks firing, hitting a max of his first visit.
40.
It's just gone a little bit awry over the last leg and a half.
Scanning through Adam Mould's
97.
results and the events that he's played, and I can't seem to find anywhere where he's got like a sizable payday.
100.
And I think including his fees that the players get for playing in this and the prize money he has scooped for getting to the semi-final, I think this could be his biggest payday in darts so far.
Definitely his biggest achievement in darts so far. That's not to degrade anything else that he's done in the game, but if he can win this title against the caliber of opposition he's been up against.
133.
This is a gem being unearthed. Let's not make any bones about that.
93.
That's what the Super Series does when you think about the players that it has unearthed in its short lifespan, becoming a real big staple of the darting calendar. We've seen this already this week. Adam gives himself a little smile. I tell you, it's not a smile out of happiness. Working it out. 79. Himself
110.
double 11.
Robert
to 12
Yukar,
darts.
134.
Robert Thornton's throw is under pressure.
It's the finals night. Hugie beginning to
94.
strike
Adam
again
Yukar,
for the Thorn.
22.
Because Mould here is halfway towards the victory post. And more importantly, breaks the throw of Robert Thornton. Has the chance now to open up a 3-1 lead.
Fourth leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
And if you ask the odd compilers what the odds would be for an Adam Mould against Ian Moss final at 9:30 on Monday morning, I am sure
100.
that you would have got some figures to 1.
Well, Adam Mould was the biggest outsider of his group.
40.
And Ian Moss was, other than Trina, the biggest outsider in his. Ian Moss was pretty much wrote off. He was around about the 8-1 mark.
55.
7-1 to win tonight. Adam Mould 5-1 to win tonight. The bookies thought this was a battle between Robert Thornton and Richie Howson, and to be fair, I fully agreed with them.
81.
However, we're watching this unravel, and that's sport. Can you really predict sport? I mean, we've had some crazy results just this evening. I mean, Sheffield Wednesday beat Newcastle.
100.
And Tottenham won as well.
I think the most shocking thing about that was it was only 1-0.
41.
It's not one that I would record match of the day for.
140.
Mould here, 106 for a 3-1 lead.
94. Adam Yukar, 106.
And you sense the game's there for the taking for him now. Has a love affair with this double 16.
74.
I'll be hoping he'll have an affinity with it once again at his next go. May have to.
'81. Adam your car 32.
For 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Adam Mould is validating the partnership between the ADC and the Super Series, a partnership that was validated just before Christmas when Adam Warner went on to win the week. Are we going to have back-to-back ADC weekly champions? That system is being represented very well, a system that you yourself could represent.
98.
Get yourself to your ADC events. They've got a vault system. They've got a ranking system. Go check out the ADC website. If you're sat at home and think you fancy a bit of the Super Series, you could be here just like Adam Mould.
And I have seen some of the lists of the winners of those initial Vault series, and Terry Jenkins, Graham Usher, Adam Hunt, to name all but a few. They're competitive fields.
59.
So if you get through that, then you are some darts player. Adam Mould is some darts player. And he is showing us exactly why. And Robert Thornton, the frustration really is kicking in now. He came here on a mission to make Saturday night his own.
83.
He feels like that's the one kingdom he hasn't conquered in this competition. And it looks as if, as he thought he was reaching the gates of the castle, it's getting slammed right back in his face. For the final map.
43.
Yeah, by that analogy, you might be going by a horseback and galloping off home. Adam Mould's got the luxury of time just to set this up. This is a good leg again, leaving a double after just 12 darts. Robert Thornton, a long, long way back. It is looking very likely Adam Mould, Ian Moss in the final.
Adam Yulkar, 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the mark.
And Adam Mould is a finalist at the Super Series. He gets the better of the World Seniors champion Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. And so our final for the 9th spot at Champions Week will be between Ian Moss and Adam Mould. These two have beaten the competition in front of them. There are some big, illustrious names they've got past. And now they have their chance to win the £5,000 cheque and the chance to be at Champions Week at the end of January. So your final is set. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, Matthew Edgar's going to head up to the balcony to join Chris Murphy, and then we will see the 9th name inscribed in the Champions Week Wall of Honour.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Well, it's been an evening of twists and turns here at the Super Series on finals night of week 9 in Series 2. And the only thing that seemed to look certain was Robert Thornton was going to make it through to the final. But he's just been stunned by Adam Mould. Did you see that coming?
I want to say yes, but I don't think I can realistically stand here and say I absolutely saw it coming. I didn't think it was not out the realms of possibility. It's not a monumental upset, is it? Adam Mould's been playing great all week. Robert Thornton's been in and out of form. I questioned it, then he made me question my own question, and then we questioned it again. Unpredictability's been the thing.
Yeah, particularly out of form as the evening's gone on, Robert Thornton. So that's certainly something that maybe he needs to address next time he comes back here.
Well, the one thing he's not going to do, he's not going to be playing tournaments at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's only here that he's going to have to do that. So what he's got to do, he's got to have a different preparation when he comes here to he does anywhere else. It's not working for him when it comes to Saturday. Do the same things, get the same results, and that's what's happened again tonight.
We say goodbye to him for now, but we do still have 2 players battling it out for the £5,000 and that place at Champions Week. It's Ian Moss and Adam Mould. And as I said, they will join the players that have already made it through and will have a chance to turn £5,000 into £25,000 by adding the Champions Week winners check of 20 grand. 8 players are already there. Let's have a look at who now.
Jim McEwen was the first winner of the second MODUS Super Series, defeating Scott Walters in the final, who impressed throughout. Debutant Alexander Merckx was the man for week 2. With a couple of 170 finishes in the week, he came for a tough field to make Champions Week at the first time of asking. The Bearded Dragon has been playing some of his best darts over the last 12 months, and Justin Smith's win here against Martin Adams gives him a chance of kicking off 2023 with some major silverware in his hands. Colin Osborne will back the years to win in week 4. The Bowslinger got past Aaron Monk to book his Champions Week berth. Jamie Kelling won through week 5. A regular in this competition, he has earned his spot at the top table at the beginning of February. The Gambler became the first player to qualify for both Champions Week so far. Graham Usher playing his cards right, acing James Richardson in the final. Raymond Smith ensures Australian representation at these finals, beating Peter Jakes to become the first non-European to qualify for Champions Week in the 12-week format. Then Adam Warner, an ADC qualifier, won a dramatic final against Alex Moore. Ward on by his army of fans, the journalism graduate wrote quite the story. But who will join these great 8 at Champions Week?
Henry Deacon there with a story of Series 2 so far. We can see the 8 players that have made it through. Moss or Mould will join them at the end of the final tonight. Who out of those players has impressed you the most?
For different reasons, different players. Graham Usher, I commentated on his week, and he finished bottom of Group A, turned it around and won the week. For ability, you've got to say Raymond Smith. For the story, Adam Warner. only been playing darts 12 months and comes through and wins a group there. Justin Smith for explosiveness, but for me, there's one player that no one is really speaking about, and I feel we have to. Week 4, Colin Osborne. It wasn't that long ago that you'd have said Colin Osborne's career was dead and buried. He was sliding down, he completely disappeared from the rankings, the throw had completely broken down, he was averaging around about the 70s, he has completely rebuilt that, and he's won a week, and actually won that with very, very competitive darts in terms of a Champions Week as well.
Absolutely. Well, joining that list of names will be either Ian Moss or Adam Mould, the pair of them just preparing to take to the stage for tonight's final. Let's see how Ian Moss got there. And he, well, recovered from a disastrous start to the evening, didn't he? He was beaten 4-1 in his first match. Had to survive the match start in this semi-final as well at the Bull, but kept his nerve at the end.
Nerve, good word. He mentioned it, we've mentioned it all the way through as well. And we said, is it going to come into play? Actually, when the moment he should have got nervous, he got better. Is that now a sign that he's learned over the last couple of days how to channel that nerves? Because sometimes nerves can be a really positive thing. I spoke down in commentary about how it can make a chemical reaction in the body that is going to increase the senses. If he can channel that into excitement, it can actually be a positive rather than a negative. And we're just looking at it as a possible negative because we've not seen him channel it in the right way before. Is tonight the start of that?
Yeah, he's spoken about how the seniors tier has kind of revitalised his love for the game. Opposite end of the scale, Adam Mould, the qualifier from the amateur dart circuit, looking to follow in the footsteps of Adam Warner last time. Here's how he made it through, and in rather emphatic style as well, beating Robert Thornton.
Yeah, and you say getting through the ADC, I just really impressed with how that system has worked out for us so far in terms of Adam Mould making the final, Adam Warner making the final and winning it last time. Our last two finalists have had an ADC representative, and it just says to everybody at home, we get a lot of messages off people here, and they're like, oh, I could do that, or I could be... this is just an absolute opportunity to say, don't tell us, come show us, and these guys are.
Right, who's going to win? Give us a name.
I'm going to have to go with Adam Mould. He's looked the most consistent all the way through, and I think when it comes to those key moments, he's really had the composure. Consistency has been the key. I think Ian Moss is going to run him close. I don't think this is going to be a runaway final, but I'd probably go 4-2 to Adam.
So it is the seniors player Ian Moss against the amateur qualifier Adam Mould. Can Mouldy defeat the oldie and take the first prize? Let's find out. Paul Hinks is about to introduce the players onto the stage for tonight's final.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MODUS Super Series, live on Sporty Stuff TV. Tonight's final, please welcome the players to the stage. Firstly, Adam Mould. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands and welcome to the stage, Ian Moss.
When opportunity knocks, can you open the door and create the moment? That is exactly what is going through the minds of Adam Mould and Ian Moss. Two players who at the start of the week were outsiders to be in this position. But one of these players are potentially 4 legs away from Champions Week, from £5,000 and a career highlight. For Adam Mould, £2,500 will represent a payday unlike many he's seen before in his career. For Ian Moss, a 59-year-old who is back on the big stage for an appearance at the World Championship 9 years ago, has taken this opportunity, taken everything as it comes. Well, he may take the glory. First to 4, as it has been all week.
First flag is Adam to throw first. Game on.
To become the 9th player into the 2nd Champions Week of the MODUS Super Series. Matthew Edgar alongside me in the commentary box. Where is this game being
81.
decided?
The moments. There's going to be a moment where both players are on a 64, 66, 67 type finish. One of them's going to hit it and one's going to miss. person who comes out of that exchange the better will win.
30.
And I've been informed some very, very
57.
exciting news. Not only is it the £5,000, not only is it the place in Champions Week where they're going to play for £20,000, not only is it the weekly champion here at week 9,
100.
we had the biggest award of them all. The giant novelty check.
140.
It doesn't get bigger than that.
Oh, I'm a fine advocate of the giant novelty check. We need more of it in the world. It's one thing I'm really disappointed is being eliminated from sport. And the
100.
innovation of the MODUS Super Series, I'm delighted to see it come back.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to pay for your shopping at Tesco with it.
I'd try. I'd make a really good video out of doing it.
140.
Big moment there from Adam Mould.
He's come out of the traps firing here, leaving 83 after 12. Moss with a couple of tons. But it was that 30 start, which means he's behind in the leg.
Pace of this game, very steady, very
38.
slow.
In your car, 131.
Both just trying to make sure that they don't make any mistakes. There's certainly no rush up there at the moment. Now that can go two ways. It can increase the tension I think we're all feeling right now, especially if you've got a vested interest in the outcome.
71.
Tops there, continue to go there. And so Mould, 45 for the opening leg, double 16. He's been so good on this double tonight, and it doesn't let him down in the final. Adam Mould takes the opener against Ian Moss. And I just wonder whether in this scenario, whether the magnitude of what is about to happen could hit someone.
I think the pace of the game as well will also just help towards that. I think if the pace of the game stays the same, I think it actually helps Ian Moss. Ian Moss has tried to play at this sort of steady pace, but he just gets caught up in the moment a little bit, especially against a more pacey player. We've seen Adam Mould adjust his pace to suit different players, but we've never seen him have to slow it right down.
80.
The thing that Adam Mould's got to do is just concentrate on his own processes. This time here, this processing time, use it, go to the table, grab a drink, play with the flights. He's got to find something to do here because he was back at the stage, he was watching the board. Ian Moss hadn't even thrown a dart. This is just going to build
60.
tension. Tension is easy to brush off. All those things like the timing is easy to brush off when you are playing well, when things are going right, when you are throwing good darts. You can ignore things like the pace of a game. But when you are struggling to find the targets, a slow game, you just want to get on with it. You're like, come on,
70.
we need to get this pace going. We need to inject something into this game.
$58. $44.
Mossy is struggling to hold his throw. Vantage is with Adam Mould.
58.
Even with a troubleless visit, we'd still say advantage Adam Mould. Mossy needs two. Needs two trebles. Minimum requirement 140.
60. Adam
Feel
Yukar,
like he's in a spot
170.
of bother.
Adam Mould has his final in the palm of his hands at the minute. He's a chuckle to himself as he can't find a way to that treble 20 bed. So he goes downstairs for the clean bed of treble 19, finds it, leaves himself on 73. All Moss can do is try and leave this handy from 183. You just sense Adam Mould is dictating
45.
proceedings in this match. He could be dictating the scoreline with a two-leg cushion. He's going to get a dart at top to do exactly that, and that is exactly what he does. And so Adam Mould opens up a 2-0 lead. He is in command of this final. Has the darts here to open up a three-leg gap with what would only be 4 left to play after that.
During that whole process, Ian Moss never took his eye off the floor.
60.
He's still looking there now. For the first time in about 3 minutes, he raises his head. Did this earlier. It was like a reset moment.
100.
Like he's just standing there, clearing the mind, trying to live in the moment.
60.
And nowhere else will the nerves be felt more than those supporting the players in the crowd. You can see on the right-hand side of the audience, it's Adam Mould's support base.
140.
There they are, watching their man and hoping that their man will make it through to
60.
Champions Week. Ian Moss with family in attendance this evening.
There was a movie, came out in 2013, a Will Smith movie called After Earth.
125.
Even though it's a movie, there was quite a lot in that actually touches very heavily on the psychology side. So he gets his son in moments of tension to take a knee, and he gets him to focus on the colours and feel what he can feel, what's touching the floor, what are the smells, and root yourself in that moment before readdressing. I think that's what we're seeing from Ian Moss. Because since that moment, that reset where his head was down, his eyes was closed.
78.
I exaggerated it a little when I said 3 minutes, but his head was down for a long, long period of time. He cleared the mind, he rooted himself in the moment,
60.
and we're seeing the best of Ian Moss here, leaving a double after 12. He's either got a little bit of psychological background, or he's a fan of Will Smith movies.
Tops for a break back. No mistake for Ian Moss. That's actually his first darter double in the game. He gets it. 14 darter. Back to 2-1. And now the questions get asked of Adam Mould. But every time we have asked questions of Adam Mould this week, he has seemingly found the answers to that question. Because there is no doubting Moss has upped it here.
125.
Sort of feel that everyone who's watching this game now is going to be downloading After Earth to see if they can get some psychology advice from Will Smith in
100.
that movie.
Bit of a slap in the face.
$100.
You say he's upped it considerably. The average is actually climbing towards the 90 mark. After 2 legs, he didn't even look competitive.
81.
It's like this game is beginning to seesaw in the other direction. Adam Mould is chatting away to himself. He's having a look to his support in the crowd. He's looking to find something that can draw inspiration.
100.
And he's going to have to begin to find it sooner rather than later, because Ian Mould has found his inspiration.
$100.
Just that quiet little bit of reflection at the back of the hockey has seemingly got himself back to the player that's got him in this position.
Be so interesting, wouldn't it, to hear if Ian Moss does win this,
100.
what was going through the mind when he stood at the back of the stage, taking that moment, because whatever it is, whatever he told himself, whatever he did, whatever that process was,
60.
has been
In
a
your car,
positive
76.
process.
Should I one dart? At tops.
56.
Drags
Adam,
below.
your car, 160.
Well, this would be a tungsten tide turner. Another one of them. Tops. That is absolutely incredible. His back was against the wall. Moss had the chance for 2-2. And Mould's taking out the 160. And he has the darts for it now.
Game on.
Camera pans to Ian Moss. Heads back down. That process continues. What a
96.
moment of class. Moment of brilliance from Adam Mould. When you asked me what's going to decide this game, I said it's going to be one of those moments where a player misses a finish like a 60-odd, 70-odd, and the other one hits it. Well, I didn't expect it to be 160.
140.
But is that the moment that I was talking about from the very, very start, where there'll be a dart missed at double and then it'll be punished?
59.
And it came from nowhere. It looked, for all intents and purposes, that Moss was going to make it 2-2. And that was going to be Mould under pressure with the darts. Well, now he's fighting for it.
55.
But Moss cannot back up that 140 start.
He's coming alive.
180.
He could begin to see the finishing line in sight, and he's beginning to run towards it. He's going to get 6 from 166.
60.
The amateur qualifier. Little unknown. Less than a week ago.
66.
Well, he takes the 66 off to leave himself a straight ton. It's a much easier task than the 160 in numbers-wise, but it's not going to be an easier task in the fact that this is for the giant novelty check.
98. Adam, your car, 100.
This has been the dream debut week. Bounce out.
60.
An unopportune time. But he's going to return for tops if this 148 doesn't go.
For retaliation. He will not get an opportunity to extend this game. He now relies on Adam Mould missing. Adam Mould is on the prowl.
Adam, your car, 40.
And that's the worst possible slip.
In your car,
the worst possible slip.
Just 44 points last time for Ian Moss has left this a lot more trickier than he would have hoped. But he has hope. The Mould winces.
72. Adam
And
York
is that the
32.
last opportunity for Ian Moss to get his hands on that giant check?
His favourite double, which has served him well all week long.
16.
It's not the one to win in the
Ian York
title just yet.
32.
Nerves. Tension.
5 missed starts at double to win it. And
Game shot
Moss
on the
is still in
flag.
it.
Ian Moss.
We go on.
Ian Moss begins that process again. The head down, the eyes closed.
6 leg in to throw first. Game on.
You will feel slightly fortunate. But whatever you're in it, you've got the opportunity. He is now looking to make Adam Mould pay for those missed opportunities.
100.
Because that's all there was, opportunities. Can't say, oh, I should have done this, or he could have. But the word should
96.
can't come into that. He had the opportunity. Ian Moss took his opportunity. Ian Moss, according to the averages, is the better of the two.
100.
However, if it does go all the way, if it goes to a one-leg shootout for the giant novelty check,
57.
it will be Adam Mould throwing first.
It's the one game in the week where there is a bull off in the practice room. Will it be significant because Moss wins this leg? 140 to leave him on to 161. Mould can't really do anything here.
121. In your car, 161.
Keeps him hanging around, but Moss says 6 from here.
May look at the bullseye here.
61.
Or may not. That's a happy accident there for Ian Moss. The 25-all ball would have guaranteed him a potential 2-darter, but he's ended up on a he has ended up on a 2-darter potentially here.
In your car, 100.
The benefit of the treble 7. Oh, and he can't finish. That is the only place on the dartboard he could not have left to finish. And this could be a major, major moment for Adam Mould, not just for the
40.
title, but for the
Adam
fact that he could
127.
win the week with 127 in game and the title.
127 and week.
$96.
That's a 6th.
In your car, 60.
6th. For the check for Champions Week. And Moss steps up to the jockey to send us to a tiebreak in the final. He's going to get 2 darts at tops as Mould bites his flights in the background. He's going to need to use them in a 7th and deciding leg. It's been the story of the week. 12 players who could hardly be split at times. And so perhaps it is fitting that the final game of the week goes down to a final leg. It's Mould with the darts. And he conjures up a perfect start. And his fans to the right of the crowd go wild.
Could you imagine if he did this with a 9-darter?
95.
Under the pressure he's under, when you'd feel like he's thrown this game away almost because the amount of match darts he's missed, to kick off with a maximum,
57.
he should get more opportunities. Even just steady darts. He should get more opportunities. He's done the magic already.
85. Thank you.
We said earlier on, didn't we, that sometimes when you feel you've got something, like Richie Howson felt he had it in the palm of his hands,
100.
you feel like you have something to lose.
Jack Vincent, who we saw a few weeks ago, he's a good friend of Adam Mould. He can barely look in the corner because his good friend is going to get another 6 for it in this decider. But what a timely 140 from Ian Moss. Treble 18. No, decides to stay there to set up the shot, to set up another chance to get through to Champions Week.
After 12, he's left it on. The problem for him is after 12, I expect that Ian Moss is not going to be far away either. He has 3 more darts for
100.
the title.
Adam, your car 32. Game shot.
Adam Mould, dream debut ends with victory. Ends with his place in Champions Week. His good friend Jack Vincent goes over to celebrate with him, to shake hands with him, and he shakes hands with the referee Paul Hinks. He is the victor. He was made to work for it in the end. He had a number of opportunities to get the game won before, but Adam Mould is the victor in a last leg decider against Ian Moss, who himself made it through to the finale in his debut week here at the Super Series. And Adam Mould will be back here at the end of the month to try and win the £20,000 top prize. He's £5,000 better off now. And he's chatting with Chris Murphy to discuss and describe a dream debut at the Super Series.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, well, try and put it into words, Adam. How are you feeling right now?
No words. Yeah.
It's been
I thought I'd missed a chance. I thought I missed a chance.
Yeah, how are you feeling then when all them darts were missed at double?
I don't know. I tried to forget it, but it did play in my mind. But I started the last leg well, and I thought, let's finish this.
It's been a dramatic week, hasn't it? All week this week, but tonight was just so dramatic. All the players were bouncing back from defeats earlier on in the evening. You did that as well.
Well, to be fair, when Mike played brilliantly against me first game, and to be honest, I thought that was me done. Got to beat Richie. I knew it was 4-1 or 4-0, and Richie played brilliant all week, and I thought, got to turn it on now. And luckily, he missed his chances and let me in. But
where does this rank in terms of achievements in your career so far?
The best.
Right at the top?
It's the top, yeah.
And also, we saw Adam Warner before Christmas, also an ADC qualifier. How important has the ADC system been to give you opportunities like this?
I think it's fantastic. I run a lot of ADC comps in my area, and there's so many good players. They just need a chance, and the ADC has given people a chance to come and play, like myself. Come and prove yourself. Get to those ADC comps so you can be here.
Well, you're through to Champions Week, so we're going to see you again. But there is something else we need to do. You want to get paid, right? So we've got Matthew Edgar here with a nice giant cheque. See if you can get that into the bank tomorrow. Adam Mould.
This is probably the best moment, isn't it, so far?
Presented with a £5,000. How does that feel to have that in your hands?
It's good. The wife's here, so if you turn it round the other way so she can't see.
There we go then. We'll let him have his applause from the crowd. Adam Mould, the winner of week 9 here in Series 2. Mouldy was the man. We will be back at the Super Series from 9 on Monday for week 10. See you then.